nations, and I don't forget Representative Organ of the African Union who are participating in our meeting, especially the African Court on Human and People's Rights, represented by Judge Sako, as well as the chairperson of the Subcommittee of Human Rights and Justice at the Pan-African Parliament here represented by Honorable Jean-Marie Riberan-Tiche. That being said, our program of today will start with the closing of the colloquium that we started yesterday, an important colloquium on economic, social, and cultural rights. This colloquium, we had a lot of panels, discussions, interesting issues around this colloquium. So today, we will just take a few minutes for the final observations, concluding observations of this colloquium, and these concluding observations shall be presented by the OHCR, our colleague Pradi Kwabo, as well as Mohamed Hama Dabako. The objective of this conclusion is to, well, wrap up the colloquium, but also to look at the last and final recommendations. In any event, the most important recommendations for the implementation of economic, cultural, and social rights. But the most important issue is how the African Commission under the Office of the High Commission of Human Rights of the United Nations, how would the African Commission assist member states when it comes to the implementations of their obligations with respect to the Covenant on Political and Cultural Rights under the African Charter, and of course other international conventions, agreements that protect economic, social, and cultural rights. So in this enterprise, like I said, we have the Office of the United Nations High Commission for Human Rights as the head of the Economic and Cultural Social Rights Department, as well as the Vice Chair, one of the Vice Chairs of the African Parliament responsible for justice and human rights at the level of the sister organization of the African Union, and whose headquarters is found in Midrand, as you know. So let me start with PAP, Pan-African Parliament. I will give them the floor so that they would lead us with respect to this first part of recommendations and the way forward, and the best way for us to assist the states to adhere to their responsibilities when it comes to economic, cultural, and social rights. So, Mr. Pradel of the UN High Commission for Human Rights, you have the floor. Thereafter, participants, if you have any comments, we would take them on board. Honorable Mohamed Hama Dabako, I will hand over the floor to you for your presentation. Thank you, Chairperson. Your Excellency, Mr. Commissioner Lumbu, Chairperson of the Commission of African Commission on Human and People's Rights, distinguished invitees, distinguished experts, their partners involved in education, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I would like to reiterate the words of Nelson Mandela. I quote, "Education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world." End of quote. This is in line with the mission for which we are here these 2 days, whilst we want to achieve economic, cultural, and social rights in Africa with a particular emphasis on the right to education. First and foremost, I would like to express our gratitude to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for having convened this important colloquium. The dedication of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to the human rights in Africa is a source of inspiration, and we commend the Commission for its leadership on this noble initiative. We would also like to commend the three key partners who have joined hands with the African Commission to ensure that this colloquium is crowned with success. The Pan-African Parliament, the United Nations for Human Rights, and the Human Rights Center of the University of Pretoria, to name just those three. Together, we have worked towards attaining a common objective, namely to promote the right of education to all Africans without leaving anyone behind. It is important to underscore that education is not only a right, but a fundamental tool for empowerment. This is particularly true for girls and vulnerable groups who have obstacles to access quality education. We should remain committed to guarantee that no African child would be left aside in our quest for inclusive education. When we project towards the future, we recall the theme of African Union for 2024, which gives priority to education. We would like to congratulate the African Union for its commitment in this crucial field and for having acknowledged that education is the key to release the future of Africa. Our discussions for the last 2 days have underscored several initiatives aimed at improving education in Africa, among which is the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, Agenda 2030 of the United Nations for Sustainable Development, and the African Strategy for Education 2016 to 2021. Each of these platforms propose innovative solutions to the challenges that face Africa. But like a famous proverb says, I quote, plans are only good intentions unless they are translated into concrete actions. End of quote. The time is right to put pen on paper when it comes to implementing this solution. Even though Africa is confronted with several challenges in the field of education, I would not like to repeat what is known to all and sundry. On the contrary, I would like to draw the attention on the emerging challenges, in particular the digital fracture. Access to technology and digital knowledge is crucial, but then it brings several obstacles inter alia in terms of equity and accessibility. Even when the challenges of education are circumvented, we have to acknowledge that there are distractions that affect the African student, in particular the omnipresence presence of internet and social media. We would like to urge all our partners to take into account the factors whilst we tackle the challenges linked to the provision of quality education. This matter needs collective action, and we should act as soon as possible. By way of conclusion, I would once again like to express our gratitude to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, to the Pan-African Parliament, to the United Nations, as well as all the other partners who have contributed to the success of this colloquium. I urge national, regional, and international institutions to place education at the very center of their priority and to work together with a view to attaining the Agenda 2063 of the African Union and 2030 of the United Nations for Sustainable Development. Let us conclude. The roots of education are bitter, but the fruits are succulent. If we continue to, if we take care of the roots so that Africa can grow. I thank you for your attention. Asante sana, shukran, obrigado. Thank you, Honorable Mohamed Hamada Bako. Thank you for those nice concluding remarks on the issue of this important discussion that we had. Let me just turn to my left and give the floor to our colleague Pradel Wagul, the head of Economic, Social and Cultural Rights Department at the Office of the High Commission of Human Rights.
Distinguished delegates here and outside, human rights must serve as the guardians for our transformation, our development, our recovery, and our path to justice. Excellencies, we heard deliberations on achievements and challenges in the realization of the right to education. A great deal of progress has been achieved. We have made significant progress, but challenges continue. So one of the greatest challenges that I said yesterday, and I would like to repeat once again, is that economic, social, and cultural rights are not committed as part of our rule of law. And this is where I think we need to start our journey. We must commit to an integrated approach that treats economic, social, and cultural rights as legally binding obligations. A number of constitutions, laws, and Supreme Court decisions have helped us to prioritize economic, social, and cultural rights. But this is one out of many steps. We need to do more. And it is utmost important that we do it with intention to bring a meaningful change in people's life. One area that we would like to explore and continue to strengthen is partnership. We would like to continue this partnership, of course, which gives us an opportunity to leverage the human rights framework, which can also help us to catalyze a meaningful transformation that centers dignity, equity, and justice for all. We agree that we stand at a critical juncture where the opportunity to strengthen collaboration between OHCHR, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, member states, civil society, and all stakeholders in promoting economic, social, and cultural rights, especially the right to education, which has been more urgent. One thing that I would like to add, in addition to what has been presented already, is that education, the right to education in itself, cannot be successfully promoted if we ignore other economic, social, and cultural rights. We heard a lot of data yesterday. We have a situation where we have 600 million children lacking a minimum level of proficiency. There's been discrimination between men and girls and boys. The girls are underprivileged. They cannot enjoy the same level of equality as the boys. There are compounding inequalities. The historical factors, such as the constraint, the social constraint, economic constraint. And this all need to overcome if we really want to make education as not merely a privilege, but as a fundamental human right. Financial constraint in developing countries, the debt distress, austerity measures, they have suffocated every one of us from a much needed fiscal space that needs to invest in education, health, social protection, and other rights. We discussed yesterday over half of the world's poorest countries are struggling under unsustainable debt burdens, which are impeding their ability to uphold the right to education. We also cannot afford to let market forces and international financial institutions penalize countries for prioritizing their people's well-being over debt servicing. The legacies of colonialism, slavery, and systematic racism have left entire population marginalized, further deepening inequalities in access to education and essential services. This gross disparity in development benefits between nations highlights the urgent need for a profound transformation of our global economic system. Growth alone will not address this deep-rooted injustice. A human rights-centered economic framework can achieve this. So time to act is now. The question is now is not whether we should act, but how quickly can we mobilize to ensure that every person in every country enjoys their inherent economic, social, and cultural rights, and in particular, the right to education, equal opportunity, and equality. The time for collaboration is now. Let us commit to leaving no one behind. Going forward, in the spirit of the African Union and United Nations Joint Framework on Human Rights, which was signed in 2023, which builds on existing key documents such as the Memorandum of Understanding of the 2012 Addis Ababa Roadmap. I think there is already a great platform for us to engage, and we would like to continue not only engage in the existing areas, also to find out new areas. There have been also activities that we have been jointly undertaking. There was a second edition of the judicial dialogue that took place this year in September, which the African Commission on Peoples and Human Rights participated. And these are some of the platforms and initiatives that we have taken. But going forward, I would like to propose a couple of new areas for us to think and take away. One key area is technical support and capacity building. That has been part and parcel of our work, and we would like to continue to see opportunities with you, with member states, with the intergovernmental organization, with national human rights institutions and others. And this is an area where it not only recognizes what has been happening, the progresses that the countries have achieved, also to understand challenges and find a way to jointly overcome these challenges. The second is, of course, much has been discussed, and I kept repeating at all times that ESCR and right to education needs to be treated as a national rule of law. And the integration of a number of areas such as fiscal decisions and aligning them with human rights obligations is one of the other areas that we would like to explore and see. Of course, this would probably need ex-ante human rights impact assessment in terms of what are the challenges and what are the way forward. But we would like to see if there is interest, and with a view to ensure that economic reforms do not undermine the right to education or other economic, social, and cultural rights. And this was one of the key areas that the High Commissioner wants to promote, namely the human rights education. The second area we would like to engage, and I would like to present here for your consideration, is the strengthening cooperation in international tax cooperation to address tax evasion, avoidance of illicit financial flows. This is a very important initiative. We have seen a number of countries from Africa taking leads at the Human Rights Council, creating mandates for us to work on and support member states. But here, the key question is how do we make the international tax system judicious, brings equity, and helps redistribute resources that can be invested in most of these important areas where we discussed many of the economic, social, and cultural rights, and importantly, the right to education. The two other points: one, the right to education cannot be achieved if we do not address other systemic issues like inequality, poverty, and hunger. Many children go hungry, like millions of children go hungry every day. A hungry stomach cannot go and read and write. I think when you talk about education, we also need to talk about right to food and ending hunger for everyone, especially children. And it is one of the biggest barriers for achieving education. Here we have a number of areas that we can collaborate. There are a number of civil society organizations working to end hunger. There are a number of others, UN agencies like FAO, WFP, are working to provide food and support that not only promotes right to education, but also addresses hunger. Within this topic, the other area is social protection. It's not only social protection for families, but social protection so that the families can afford children going to school, such as the social protection system that includes child benefit, parental leave, and free school services. So here, we as OHCHR have long worked in supporting member states in designing the social protection policies that incorporate these areas, a number of other areas that helps benefiting the families and those families that have children going to schools. The last point, which is a white elephant in the room, we've been trying to work very hard to help member states to advocate for debt relief and restructuring. And it has been a big challenge, but there are areas where we can engage together with the international financial institutions to push for policies that prioritize social investment over debt servicing. Here, there's an important role that civil society can play as a key partner in building pressure, of course, for reform, while member states can advocate for the issues in international forums. The last but not the least, there's been discussions around technology and how the digital development can facilitate the access to education. This is one of the important areas, but it also comes with challenges. It also goes back to the point that I raised earlier, which is poverty, where students and children cannot afford devices. So at one hand, we have increasing technological advancement, facilitating millions of children to access education, but at the other hand, in the same country, probably in the same situations, because of poverty and lack of access to this device, education has been a dream for many, many children. There's a number of areas of reform, of course, that we can work together. But essentially what I'm suggesting is that there are a number of platforms that are already established, which we need to strengthen, and our office is open to do it, to engage with member states, the intergovernmental organizations, and civil society. And there are new areas where we must prioritize, and we're open for conversation, and we'll be very happy to facilitate the process to support the member states. Thank you so much.
Je remercie les deux excellents panélistes qui nous ont conduits dans ce dernier panel pour les observations au final. Panel encore riche qui a fait sortir beaucoup d'idées, dont certaines sont présentées d'ailleurs pour la première fois, et c'était ça l'objectif que poursuivait ce panel, c'est-à-dire regarder où ira notre...
To see the way forward for our cooperation as institutions. You know, the International Covenant on Social and Cultural Rights requires states, when they are not in a position to implement and give effect to ESCR rights, to have recourse to international cooperation. And this cooperation is not just a bilateral cooperation between states and states, but institutional cooperation and request for technical assistance. The UN institutions and African Commission have some experience in that area. That said, before concluding this panel, I will now give the floor to the room for the final observations of states, NHRIs, NGOs, and we will thus conclude with this colloquium that we embarked on yesterday. Is there any observation from any state delegate at this juncture? We know that on civil and political rights, there's a lot to be said. States have clarifications to make, but in terms of socio-cultural rights, that should be especially in the area of education. State delegates, I see no request for the floor. South Africa, you have the floor.
Vu le chevalier de l'Angola. Je commence par l'Afrique du Sud, South Africa.
No, thank you very much to you and to the President of the Commission, and also to the panelists. First, good morning, and indeed I think it was a well-deserved rest overnight. It was very hot in Gambia, but certainly it provokes a lot of thoughts when you come in the morning and you want to engage on such an important discussion. Our colleague and dear brother from the office, the OHSHR, is raising some issues here, which I think, and he used the notion here that there's an elephant in the room. I just wanted to just provoke your thoughts here. the nature and the structure of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, in my little experience having come here quite frequently, is such that there is a strong engagement here, which is led by obviously the commissioners. We participate as member states of civil society. That's a different kind of notion. However, in the UN system, specifically in Geneva, there is a approach that is led to a large extent by member states. And these are the two disparities that I see in the system. I've worked in both systems now for quite some time. And I'm raising this because specifically, I think it's item 9, if I recall, if it's still the same item in Geneva, in the Human Rights Council. The approach that I've seen is, there's a fairly lack of engagement at that level. It's not as interactive as I see it here. I just wanted to comment on this because for me, I think it creates a bit of a distorted engagement to a certain extent. If not, please, by all means, we can just give an understanding. So that's the one issue I think is very important to highlight. And then secondly, there's also the aspect that there is limited membership in terms of the Human Rights Council itself in Geneva. How does that have a bearing on the engagement? You raised another issue here of the issue of taxation. I continue to be troubled by the fact that if it is South Africa in Gambia, it's the same South Africa in Geneva, it's the same South Africa in New York. And at the level of New York, there's a big discussion around this issue of taxation, specifically in the second committee. There's expertise that is lying there. And there's a lot of resistance between developed and developing countries. And that issue is a boiling issue. And if we are going to come and look at it from a judicious, I think that's the word to use, from a judicious approach, what does that mean? Because the expertise does not necessarily lie in the human rights sector, but it lies with those that see themselves as economists and financiers. And it's a strong political debate right now in the forthcoming elections in one of the developed countries. So those who are paying more in the UN system tend to believe that they've got more to say, and that is the nexus of this. And taking into account that these decisions finally land on the desks of heads of state. You go to Addis, the assembly is headed by heads of state. So these all of these issues culminate into the political system. So I think we need to just talk about the elephants in the room because they've got horns, and those horns can bite at the same time. I just thought I should make this point, and if I can have your comments there, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je passe la parole à Angola.
Muito obrigado, Excelência, Sr. Presidente. Em função de
Well, with regard to all that has been said yesterday during the panels, I should state that Angola defined strategies to improve, especially focused on there's interpretation in English. Yes, we are on English channel. Portuguese is going into English. Agora conseguimos. I was saying, Chair, that based on the discussions that we were having yesterday and that are continuing today, in Angola we defined our learning strategy, found ways on improving them, given that there were poor learning, and we came up with a plan to improve the learning process, and the aim was to improve learning process in regular primary school and adult learning, all that taking into account the need of them to be improved. And we defined 5 strategies. One was the expansion of the school network and access to primary education, and we wanted to reduce the ratio of students and teachers. And the second strategy was the improvement of the learning quality and more inclusive learning, and this was also aimed at improving the learning process, improving new methodologies with equity and inclusiveness. And the third strategy is in relation to the relationship between the community and the school, and we aimed at improving those relations, the relations between schools and communities. And the fourth strategy has to do with the competencies, technical competencies of the technical managers, school teachers, supervisors, pedagogical team, and all involved in the education process. And the aim was to improve their competencies of the management, school management in general, and as well as the school inspectors. And the fourth strategy was the modernization of the teaching system and digital transformation and digital literacy, with the aim of improve the massive use, increase the use of technology in capacity building in the process of learning. Taking all this into account, we are now undertaking a general plan to improve the education system. Of course, we are facing some challenges, but we are trying to involve all the stakeholders in order for them to take part and contribute to the objective that we want to achieve. We involve many actors to identify even the issues, and they also contribute in helping us to overcome the challenges that we are faced in consolidating this plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you for all these national strategies that have been espoused by the government of Angola in terms of the digital development and inclusiveness. And we had a promotion mission to Angola, and we saw some of the strategies that you have adopted, and we saw them with our own eyes. Is there any other state delegate that wishes to take the floor? Algeria, you have the floor.
Presentations and contribution. My delegation wanted to make some comments, especially on partnerships. One very important element, I would say a crucial element when it comes to the right to education and implementing the right to education, especially in Africa and towards developing countries. So what we have seen throughout the years is that sometimes partnerships come with conditions. It comes with some pre-oriented agendas. Sometimes it does not really respect or take into consideration the specificity of each country, of each culture, of each educational system. So what we've seen is that there are indeed many initiatives, internationally, globally, regionally, many funds, especially for education, coming from UN agencies, coming from philanthropists, coming from private sector. But if you want to enroll into those initiatives, then it comes with a cost. So you will have to have in your curricula some elements that sometimes do not match the culture of each country. So I really wanted your thoughts on that, especially when it comes to some specific issues, social and cultural issues. So of course, I believe every country needs partnership, and we cannot work and we cannot engage into a vacuum. We all need to collaborate with each other. But we have to be very careful sometimes. So I wanted really to hear from you on what you believe can be done in order to reinforce, I would say, a more tailored partnerships internationally. Thank you.
Merci. Je me tourne maintenant. Je vais prendre une seule INDH et une seule ONG parce que à 10 heures, selon le calendrier, on passe à un autre point à l'ordre du jour. Je tiens à ce que nous respections le temps. Donc, au milieu, vous êtes une INDH?
Organisation de la société civile.
Non, c'est pas vous, c'est la dame qui a levé la main. Et si vous êtes de la société civile, vous attendez qu'elle finisse d'abord, et puis ça sera votre tour après.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Naledi Selebano from the Commission for Gender Equality in South Africa. Mine is just a short intervention to urge the Commission to lobby member states to put in place mechanisms that will radically address harmful traditional practices that exclude girls from schools, particularly child marriages. There's also a challenge of lack of access to sanitary towels, and also the escalating teenage pregnancies that keep girls away from school. This morning alone in South Africa, 170 cases of sexual misconduct between educators and learners were reported over the past 2 years, and it cannot be. This needs to be addressed. It is also important to address the issue of keeping girls in school after they've given birth. A number of barriers, socioeconomic barriers have been identified that keep girls away from school, including lack of policies to ensure that pregnant learners are retained in education systems, and the fact that they cannot return after giving birth. In order for us to address the issue of the feminization of poverty in South Africa, it is important to keep the girl child in school. Thank you.
Merci. Ce n'est pas le moment de continuer avec ce plaidoyer. Nous sommes dans une partie finale, des observations finales. Nous aurions aimé avoir les contributions, mais on va prendre ça au titre de recommandation, hein, que là où il y a les barrières socio-économiques.
Where there are socio-economic barriers to impede access to education for women, they need to be lifted so that everybody can go to school indiscriminately of who they are. There's a gentleman to your right, and it will be the last statement. After we'll go back to the panel, and in 10 minutes I'll conclude. The Democratic Republic of Congo has asked for the floor. We'll give the floor to DRC, and then you'll be the last speaker. DRC, briefly, I only have 10 minutes for me and the members of the panel. You have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor. I just wanted to add something with regards to DRC, with regard to education in DRC. In DRC, the Congolese government has given the possibility to all children to go to school with the free education by building several schools in the suburbs, in Kinshasa especially, and in the provinces. And in the hinterland, there are new schools. The teachers' salaries have been increased and facilitation for transportation for the students. That is what I wanted to add. Thank you for these good practices. I had said earlier in my opening remarks of this colloquium, the free education DRC is enshrined in the Constitution, and the practical implementation on the ground, I said that earlier. Thank you for your contribution. We now give the floor to the NGO and then to the members of the panel.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf on the Observatory of Public Service in Angola, SOSH. We would like to take this opportunity to contribute in this panel. There is an aspect that we want to contribute relating to access to education in Angola. There are inequalities because 51% of our population is living in poverty with no access to education. This is affecting the rural areas because 88% of rural population has no access to education. This has impact in our capacity to access to school. For instance, in Koroka, Kunena province, poverty rate is at 98.9%, which implies lack of many important aspects, including food and the ability to attend school. We therefore appeal the Commission to reinforce its role to supervise the commitments of our member states and to continue to support OSCs for a better and inclusive education for all. Thank you.
As I told your colleague, this panel is a concluding panel. Commissioner Sow, you want to take the floor? Commissioner Sow, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor to allow me to contribute to this important panel. Yes, since yesterday we've referred to the importance of education. I will come back to that, but that justifies that education is in good standing in planning documents, the SDGs Agenda 2063 African Union. I will not come back to that. What I would like us to think about is another matter related to higher education. We notice that young Africans don't stay on the continent. How many students do we have in Europe and in the United States? And we need to reflect on how to reverse this trend, because there is a dual problem. Can you imagine this money that is leaving our shores for other countries? And this is from the support given by families to the students. The second problem is that most students, when they finish their studies in the West or in America, do not come back home. And that goes for the exacerbate the problem that we have decried, that is a brain drain. It is time that in the strategies that we deploy to reflect on ways and means of redressing this trend, to offering on the continent quality higher education so that our students stay at home. And we have to have strategies that would promote mobility amongst universities. It's important that we put in place ways and means of allowing Senegalese students to go and study in Angola for one semester, or for a Mauritanian to go to Seychelles to finish his modules. We need to steer our reflection along those lines. I'm sorry if I've been long. Thank you. Yes, we'll add that to the recommendations. We'll address the trend in terms of brain drain for education at the higher education level. our young children who go to study in Canada, United States, every family has such a student. And if we can redress this or reverse this trend, which leads to brain drain. In 20 years, we don't have any more experts, because in some countries they already don't have experts. We are teachers, and the first. The highest university is ranked 200 for a continent that is so rich. For Angola, what I can say is simply the fact that Angola will present its report, and issues related to education would be considered, and Angola would give us an update on matters related to education. And ask this NGO to stay and to listen to what his government would have to say on matters relating to education. I will now come back to the panelists. Pradip Wagal. This metaphor of the elephant in the room. Can you address that and give your final remarks? 2 minutes, and then I'll go to Pan-African Parliament for 2 minutes, and after that we'll conclude.
The very, very important question and comment. I'll go back to the UN position. On 5th of July 2023, Secretary General Guterres issued a policy brief that talks about reforming the international financial architecture. And this document has been our guiding principles, and it talks about urgent but ambitious reforms, focusing on 6 areas, which includes global economic governance, debt relief, cost of sovereign borrowing, international public finance, global financial safety net, and regulatory framework to address short-termism in capital markets, and the global tax architect, calling it for more equitable and sustainable. Secondly, I would also like to thank South Africa and a number of countries from the region for their leadership in Geneva to promote the economic, social, and cultural rights. So one of the recent achievements is the consensus resolution known as Resolution 5422 that mandates us to work on the number of areas that I have highlighted in my presentation earlier. It is so important that we acknowledge that there needs to be much more sustained and participatory approach between the office and the member states regarding the implementation of the ESCR covenant. It is all about the resolution, and the report attached to the resolution is all about how to create a space for dialogue, a meaningful dialogue between the duty bearers and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights to help them to implement the ESCR obligation and to bring a positive change in people's life. Having said that, I understand that there have been limitations in the political process, which is of course beyond the capacity of the Secretariat, but we are mindful and we are looking at the way of creatively engaging with member states, and this is one of our initiatives. And we would like to continue initiatives like this so that we can come and directly engage and offer what we have to offer in terms of assistance. So that's the quick response, and I'll be happy to continue this conversation with you bilaterally. In terms of comments from distinguished delegates from Algeria, for us, the core guiding principle is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which of course many of us believe that is part of the customary international law that recognize the right to education for everyone. And it also recognizes that right to education should be culturally acceptable. So this is where we come from. So we will happy to continue to engage with Your Excellency's government and yourself on the basis of the UDHR and the Human Rights Covenant that recognize the right to education, which is, of course, the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Pradip Wagel. Je passe maintenant la parole
to Honorable Mohamed Hamada Wako for his concluding remarks, and then we will close this colloquium. Thank you, Chairperson. I thank you for giving me the floor for the second time. On behalf of my colleagues of the Pan-African Parliament, we commend you about this retroved partnership between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the Pan-African Parliament, because it came at the right time, because we are the spokespersons of our people, and we will try to showcase the problems at the regional international fora with a view to trying to propose solutions to resolve them. We know that there is a lot that remains to be done, and together we have to innovate to overcome this. Thank you for the closing remarks. We will just say that our partnerships with the Pan-African Parliament will continue at the institutional level, because you are an offshoot of the African people who come at the African Union. You have that legitimacy from the people. Mr. Pradel also underscored that we have to continue the partnership between the OHCHR and the African Commission. We appreciate both partnerships, and together with the states who are present here today, the NHRIs, NGOs, we will ensure that economic and cultural and social rights, especially the right to education, which is fundamental for the future of nations, would be enhanced and would be correctly implemented in the state parties of the African Charter. So, as chairperson of the African Commission, I declare close this colloquium on economic, cultural, and social rights, and I would like to congratulate all those who participated in this interaction. Thank you. I would ask Reginald to now reconstitute the high table.
with our normal and traditional agenda. Point 3, situation des droits de l'homme en Afrique. C'est le point qui va nous occuper pour l'instant. Il n'y a aucun délégué des États, sauf si
We will be dealing with now. Any state delegates would like to take the floor? So far, I can't. However, when they express the desire to do so, we will give them the floor. With respect to NGOs who wish to take the floor, I would like to call upon Africa Albinism Network, Kwame Anjus, Dr. number 493. Africa Albinism Network. Not present. Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum, CSAM Lingua 303. I now call upon the World Coalition Against the Death Penalty, Neighbor Amini, 507. 507.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Organizations based and or working in the African Union, including ICJ Kenya, the Legal Human Rights Centre, PRI Uganda, Reprieve, and Women Beyond Walls. Our organizations commend the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for advancing a gender-responsive abolitionist approach, exemplified by Resolution 483, which strengthens protections for women sentenced to death. Today, we urge the Commission to intensify its efforts as the harsh reality faced by women on death row across the continent remains a pressing concern. Honourable Chairperson, our organisations are deeply concerned that most women sentenced to death come from marginalised, poor and ethnic minority communities. Many are illiterate, have intellectual or psychological disabilities, and are survivors of gender-based violence, making them particularly vulnerable to coercion and unfair trials. According to PRI, in Uganda, 46% of women sentenced to death in 2023 were diagnosed with mental health disorders. In Kenya, the majority of women sentenced to death in the past 3 decades have experienced some form of GBV. Too often, these women's traumatic histories, encompassing domestic violence, child marriage, economic hardship, and mental health struggles, are disregarded during trials. This can be illustrated by the example of Limi Limbu, a young woman with severe intellectual disabilities and a survivor of sexual violence sentenced to death in Tanzania in 2015 for the murder of her daughter. Despite clear signs of her disability, the court failed to consider it. Her conviction was overturned in 2018 due to procedural errors, but she remained imprisoned for over 4 years without a conviction and sentenced to death again in 2022. Honourable Chairperson, we acknowledge progress in recognising gender-based mitigating factors in court decisions. A landmark case in Kenya in 2021, State versus Aswani, set a precedent by considering the defendant's history of domestic violence in reducing her death sentence. This shift is vital, as murder is often linked to GBV and is the leading charge for women sentenced to death in Africa. For instance, in Tanzania, 80% of the 20 women on death row in 2023 were convicted of killing abusive partners. In Nigeria in 2021, 61 women were on death row, often for crimes of murder of close family members in the context of gender-based violence. However, we must draw attention to the 10 states that still enforce the mandatory death penalty without allowing for mitigating circumstances. Honourable Chairperson, our organisations would like to emphasise that women facing the death penalty are often denied the right to a fair trial. Many are illiterate, making it difficult for them to navigate complex legal proceedings without support. Poverty exacerbates these difficulties, forcing women to rely on an insufficient number of legal aid lawyers, which seriously compromises their defence. There is an urgent need to increase funding for specialised legal services and organisations. Beyond the courtroom, detention conditions for women on death row are often deplorable, failing to meet their basic needs, including sexual and reproductive health, as outlined in ACHPR Resolution 466 and the Bangkok Rules. In Tanzania, women are denied access to obstetric care, leaving some to give birth alone in cells. Women on death row often struggle with costly, challenging family visits due to remote prison locations, social stigma, and restrictive visitation policies. Our organisations wish to highlight that these challenges affect all women in prison, and it is essential that their realities be fully recognised and addressed. Honourable Chairperson, We call on the Commission to intensify its efforts to protect women sentenced to death by urging Member States to abolish the death penalty, particularly for non-violent offences, and to call for urgent reform to enact gender-responsive defences and mitigating factors. We strongly emphasise the need for comprehensive research and data collection on women in the criminal justice system, particularly those on death row, to address the current gap. This research should prioritise hearing the voices of women with lived experience to ensure that their perspectives inform reform efforts. Additionally, we urge the Commission to facilitate more briefings that include a cross-section of stakeholders. This will strengthen collaborative efforts to address the unique challenges faced by women in the criminal justice system and ensure a holistic approach to abolitionist advocacy. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, the Coalition, World Coalition Against the Death Penalty. Honorable Commissioner Sow has taken note. I'm sure your recommendations will be taken into due consideration. Thank you very much. We now move on to Kenya Human Rights Commission. That's the status number 125. Kenya Human Rights Commission. Not present. We move on to Ogek People's Development Program. Ogek People's Development Program. Observer status number 426. Are you here? Okay. You have the floor for 5 minutes. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
This is my pen.
We, the Ogek People's Development Program.
You may have to sit down so that we can, the interpreters can hear you.
Thank you.
Let me see my pen.
We, the Ogek People's Development Program, bring forth this statement to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to highlight the dire situation faced by the Ogek community residing in the Mau Forest Complex in Kenya, with a population of approximately 52,000 as per the 2019 census. The Ogek people endure entrenched injustices and violations of their fundamental land and human rights, posing a grave threat to their livelihoods, cultural heritage, and overall well-being. The Ogek community have a long-standing ancestral ties to the Mau Forest, dating back to countless generations. Despite their historical and cultural significance, the Ogek have faced a relentless marginalization and discrimination, worsened by the ongoing land tenure insecurity and environmental degradation in the Mau Forest Complex. The violations against the Ogek community in the Mau Forest have been ongoing despite favorable African court judgments. In the landmark judgment on the Ogek case in May 2017, the African court affirmed the Ogek status as ancestral owners of the Mau Forest Complex and declared their rights had been severely violated. The Ogek community secured another significant judgment, the reparations judgment, in June 2022, where the African court ordered the Kenyan government to provide reparations for the damages inflicted upon the Ogek. This ruling included financial compensation for both material and moral losses, the granting of a collective title of their ancestral land, and full recognition of their rights. Despite these legal victories, the government of Kenya has not implemented any single order in both judgments. The Ogek community continues to face grave threats to their land rights and well-being. The Ogek of Sasimwani within the Mau Forest were forcefully evicted by the government of Kenya, and over 700 community members are currently homeless and seeking refuge in a neighboring shopping center. The Ogek human rights defenders equally have suffered the consequences of the violence during the eviction, facing targeted intimidation and harassment by the Kenya Forest Service. Such actions not only violate their basic human rights, but also undermine their dignity and resilience in the face of adversity. Similar incidences have unfolded in other parts of the Mau Forest, where the government is conducting an operation known as Imarisha Misitu, and in which they have resorted to confiscating Ogiek livestock and labeling them as illegal grazers. Efforts by the Ogiek Council of Elders to engage with key government officials in order to discuss and hold the evictions have not been fruitful, as they have been faced with the hurdles, and which further highlights the entrenched marginalization and lack of accountability within the government institutions. Currently, the Ogiek community finds themselves at the mercy of the orders in the merits and reparations judgment delivered by the African Court in 2017 and 2022, respectively, which orders were intended to provide a long-term solution for their struggles. In light of the above mentioned violations, we urge the African Commission to take immediate and decisive action to push the government of Kenya to do the following: to implement the African Court judgments by allocating them community land for sustainable livelihoods and cultural preservation in full consultation with the Ogiek leadership structures. And secondly, to stop all the evictions and eviction threats to the Ogiek community residing in the Mau Forest Complex. And finally, to provide a robust protection and assurance to Ogiek human rights defenders, their families, properties, and safeguard their ability to advocate for justice without fear or reprisal. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. The Ogiek People Development Program, I'm sure Honorable Commissioner Lita Musimi-Ogana has taken note. She's responsible for indigenous persons. We'll share your recommendations with her. We now come back to Kenya Human Rights Commission. Which is also 125. I understand you're back in the room. Kenya Human Rights Commission. Yes. 5 minutes, please.
It is an honor to present this statement on behalf of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We appreciate this opportunity to address critical human rights concerns affecting the people of Kenya. Your Excellency, Honorable Chairperson, esteemed commissioners, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to present this statement on behalf of the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We appreciate this opportunity to address critical human rights concerns affecting the people of Kenya. Despite Kenya's commitment to human rights through regional and international obligations, the Ruto regime has systematically undermined human rights protections, weakened democratic institutions, and fostered a culture of impunity. These violations go against the principles enshrined in the African Charter of Human and People's Rights and the Kenyan Constitution. Since taking office in 2022, the Ruto regime has been implicated in numerous human rights violations, including unlawful killings and enforced disappearances, whereby we have experienced 63 civilian deaths, 65 enforced disappearances, over 1,400 unlawful detentions during the protests against the 2024 finance bill. No state actors have been held accountable. Suppression of civic space and media, whereby the government has been restricting civic engagement and media freedoms. Civil societies organizations facing harassment, with at least 16 organizations being investigated since July 2024 for their alleged involvement in Gen Z uprising. Media outlets have been censored, particularly during protests, stifling freedom of expression.
Economic and social rights violations, where the regime policies have disproportionately affected marginalized communities, with the 2024 floods displaced thousands and killed at least 228 people. The government has failed to respond adequately, combined with punitive taxation, which is undermining citizens' economic and social rights. The forceful introduction of the Sure Health Insurance Fund has left many Kenyans unable to afford essential medical services. Furthermore, the skyrocketing public debt has placed an unbearable financial burden on future generations, threatening long-term economic stability. On community rights and post-mining land use, despite being a law since 2016 on community royalties, the National Treasury of Kenya is currently holding more than Kenyan shillings 7 billion, which approximately is $47 million meant to benefit these communities. This is due to a lack of a disbursement framework. Furthermore, communities are excluded from post-mining land use decisions, which has heightened fears of land grabbing and significantly undermined the livelihoods. The regime must allow Kenyans to enjoy their full constitutional rights. This includes respecting legal freedom, judicial independence, the integrity of parliament, and the position of Kenya. Kenya's leadership must cease undermining these democratic institutions and prioritize transparency, accountability, and good governance. Let Kenyans exercise their democratic rights without fear or interference. We urge the African Commission on Women's and People's Rights to initiate an investigation, hold the Kenyan government accountable, engage the African Union to review Kenya's international engagements, including its position on the United Nations Human Rights Council, advocate for community rights by ensuring transparent royalty distribution and community involvement in post-mining land use, and support civil society and media freedoms by enforcing adherence to African Union standards for civic engagement and media protections. In conclusion, the Kenya Human Rights Commission is deeply concerned about the worsening human rights situations in Kenya. The Ruto's regime blatant disregard for the rule of law and constitutional protections cannot go unchecked. As we address this esteemed body, we are reminded of Thomas Sankara's powerful words that a soldier without any political or ideological training is a potential criminal. In the same way, a government without accountability and respect for its citizens' rights becomes a threat to the very foundation of society. We call on the African Commission to hold the Kenyan government accountable, protect the rights of its people, and reaffirm the principles of human rights, transparency, and good governance. Only through justice and accountability can Kenya truly progress on a democratic nation. In closing, let us remember that silence in the face of injustice is complicity. Speaking out is the first step towards building a future where justice prevails for all. As Kenya celebrated the Mashujaa Day on Sunday, which is Heroes Day, today, as we read this statement, we want to honor the struggles of our forefathers and foremothers against colonial rule. We wish to encourage everyone who is present here to be the hero our continent so desperately needs. Thank you, and may God bless us all as we work toward a continent that values dignity and prioritizes truth and justice over political interests. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Kenya Human Rights Commission. So the country rapporteur for Kenya has been listening intently, and I'm sure we'll follow up with some of the recommendations there. We move on to Haki Africa. Haki Africa. Observer status 519. Do you have them there? No? Consortium of Ethiopian Human Rights Organizations. Observer status 556.
Thank you, Your Excellency Chair, distinguished commissioners and delegates. It is an honor for me to present on the situation of human rights defenders and media houses and journalists, specifically in Ethiopia. And I would like to give few recommendations. As you may know, the human rights situation in Ethiopia has been fundamentally affected by the ongoing conflict, especially that took place from 2020 to 2022, and the current conflict is in Amhara, Oromia, and other parts of the country, which has made the work of human rights defenders, human rights civil society organizations, and media houses very much difficult. This has also caused the frequent declaration of a status of emergency and sometimes de facto status of emergency. As we see, the state of emergency declared in relation to the Amhara conflict has been still continuing without the principle of legality, that the proclamation has already expired. This has also made the work of human rights investigators, civil society workers, and media houses very difficult to report on human rights violations that are committed in relation to the conflict. It also made the work of civil society and human rights defenders difficult in terms of access to information, freedom of expression, and access to the media, that frequent internet shutdown and access to information by the public becomes very difficult. This also has caused a challenge for human rights defenders and media workers to be exposed to intimidations, sometimes being exiled because they can't work their work in their home countries. And also, the conflicts are also causing serious casualties on civilians. The conflict-induced displacements are also increasing from time to time, and freedom of movement is at stake right now. So, my appeal for the Commission is to support the government of Ethiopia for a negotiated peace deal with the conflicting parties, specifically in the Amhara and Oromia region. And also the tension in Tigray is also very much concerning right now. We also call the Commission to investigate human rights violations that are committed in association with the ongoing conflict, specifically focusing on the attacks that are committed by human rights defenders, media houses, and journalists. I also call upon the government of Ethiopia to enact a civic engagement policy, which was on the table since 2019 and not yet enacted, that can provide maximum protection to civic actors like civil society workers, human rights defenders, and media houses. We also call on the government of Ethiopia to enact a comprehensive act that protects human rights defenders and media houses, and put measures that can contribute for sustainable peace in the country. And finally, I call on the government of Ethiopia to ensure accountability and impunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council of Ethiopian Human Rights Organization. I'm sure Honorable Commissioner Motford Mandenga will take note and will follow up on the recommendations. We now move on to Afia Nahaki. Observer was 554. Afia Nahaki. Observer status 554. We move on to Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition. Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition. Observer status 470. GPU. Observer status 429. GPU.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Commissioners, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Gambia Press Union would like to note the work of the African Commission in promoting rights on the continent, and as well as some of the progress that have been made in terms of press freedom in the Gambia, with the liberalization of television broadcasting and an increase in number of radio stations. We have actually seen that members of the public now have more platforms to express their views on issues of social, economic, and political issues. We have seen an increase in the country's press freedom ranking from 2017, but last year we have seen a decline in our press freedom ranking, which was actually very significant. And this was as a result of attacks on journalists, arrest and detention, some of whom were detained incommunicado last year for up to 48 hours, and their whereabouts unknown, without access to lawyers and their family members. Also, issues of impunity for violent attacks on journalists persisted. We have recorded, the Gambia President have recorded about 15 cases or incidents of violence towards journalists, physical assault, for which they were never investigated and no one has ever been held accountable for some of these physical attacks on journalists. The failure to bring to justice perpetrators of violence against journalists in the Gambia spans a cycle of 30 years from the dictatorship to the current era. Some of these incidences are simply ignored by the state that is supposed to protect the rights of the people. Assault is a criminal offense under Gambian laws. We have also seen increasing attacks on media in the Gambia, including threats from the current administration, verbal threats to the media from the country's leadership that has actually resulted to calls by his supporters for attacks on journalists in the Gambia. There have been, from last year to now, increasing threats of defamation against journalists in the Gambia. And this month, the Gambian president himself and his environment minister have filed defamation suit against 2 newspapers in the Gambia, the Voice newspaper and the Alcamba Times. We are aware that defamation suits actually carry huge financial implications. But our concern is that these cases are targeted to cripple these media houses financially and to limit them significantly from being able to hold the government accountable and its officials. On media law reform, Mr. Chairperson, the Gambian media laws were the subject of a legal proceedings at the ECOWAS Community Court of Justice in 2018, which actually ruled that the laws need to be reviewed or repealed to be in line with international obligations that the Gambia has committed to. The same laws have been recommended for repeal or review by the Gambia's Truth Commission in 2021, as well as a government-instituted Media Law Review Committee in 2018. However, this law still remains. These laws were used to intimidate journalists. Now they are being used currently to harass and intimidate journalists. Currently, 2 journalists are facing trial on false publication for writing stories about the president's plan to quit the presidency in 2026. Mr. Chairperson, on issues of access to information, we now have an access to information law thanks to efforts by the Gambia Press Union that mobilized a coalition of 60 local NGOs to push for an access to information law. And with government will, we have this law. Our main challenge is that this law has not been implemented since 2021. And therefore, we would like to call on the Commission to urge the Gambia government to put an end to impunity for violent attacks against journalists in the Gambia and investigate all physical assaults on journalists and the harassment and investigation of journalistic sources who are normally arrested for speaking to the media. And this includes academics and human rights defenders. We would also want the Commission to urge the Gambia government to fulfill its commitments to review the media laws and ensure that the Gambian Parliament considers recommendations on to remove the false publication law from a new criminal offences bill that is currently in Parliament. Also, to ensure that the Gambian Parliament also remove provisions that are intended to stifle press freedom and freedom of expression in a new cyber criminal bill. And finally, Mr. Chairperson, we would like to call on the Commission also to ensure, to urge the Gambian government to ensure that the Access to Information Law is implemented, as well as ensure that this commission, the Information Commission, is free from political interference and it's provided the resources that it needs to fully perform its oversight functions over the Access to Information Act. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. GPU, I'm sure the country rapporteur for Gambia, Honorable Commissioner Letha Simi Ogana, together with the special rapporteur on freedom of expression and human rights defenders, will take note and will engage with your recommendation. Thank you. Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation. Observer status 228. Center for Human Rights and Rehabilitation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, for the honor to present our statement. before this August House. I'm presenting before my organization as well as five other local human rights organizations in Malawi. Madam Chairman, thank you. Malawi continues to witness the alarming trend of killings of elder persons, primarily based on baseless witchcraft accusations.
Just note that you have the Malawi flag in front of you. You're an NGO. That's the best place that you should see, because we don't want to get the impression that it's the state who's making that statement.
Yes,
can you spell that out, protocol?
Yes, they have removed it.
Yes, I think it's very important. Thank you. You can continue.
Okay.
From there?
They have.
Okay.
Yeah, Malawi continues to witness alarming levels of killings of elderly persons, primarily based on baseless witchcraft accusations. In 2023, we recorded 25 killings of persons based on witchcraft accusations. And as of 2024, at least 18 more have lost their lives to similar violence. These heinous acts, driven by superstition and social stigma, represent a grave violation of the right to life, dignity, liberty, and security as enshrined in Articles 4, 5, and 6 of the African Charter. Disturbingly, despite the gravity of these crimes, there has been a notable lack of accountability, with no perpetrators brought to justice. This impunity is not only perpetuating the culture of violence against vulnerable groups, but also undermining the rule of law and eroding public trust in state institutions. Mr. Chairman, millions of Malawians are currently facing acute food shortages due to adverse weather conditions that have severely impacted agricultural productivity this year. It is estimated that up to 8.2 million people are food insecure. In addition, the massive rise in fertilizer prices in recent years has meant that many farmers can no longer afford to buy fertilizer to fertilize their crops. Although the government of Malawi, through the Department of Disaster Management, has initiated food relief distribution aimed at assisting 5.7 million affected individuals, many regions remain unreached. Reports indicate that in several districts, the hunger crisis has become so severe that villagers are resorting to eating madea, which is a maize husk, potentially poisonous wild beans, and wild yams in a desperate bid to survive. Mr. Chairman, the economic situation in Malawi continues to worsen, with rights-violating consequences for the majority of the poor. The recent devaluation of the kwacha by over 60% has triggered a dramatic increase in inflation, with food inflation now hovering around 43.5%. Basic necessities, including water, electricity, and fertilizer, have seen astronomical price increases, making it increasingly difficult for families to meet their basic needs. Mr. Chairman, Malawi continues to witness alarming violations of civil and political rights, particularly regarding the arrest and intimidation of journalists and activists. Over the past year, the country has witnessed a troubling trend of targeting individuals who seek to uphold democratic norms and expose corruption. Notably, on 8 April 2024, journalist Macmillan Muhone was arrested and detained at Blantyre Police Station for reporting on a businessman who had been implicated in multiple corruption scandals. Another investigative journalist, Grigore Gonde, was forced into hiding following his reporting on the Malawi Defense Force dealings with a corrupt businessman. Such actions, Mr. Chairman, have fostered an environment of self-censorship among journalists, undermining the freedom of the press. Recent incidents involving Times journalists Kathy Maulidi and Brian Banda further illustrate this perilous situation. Moreover, since 2022, Malawi has seen a troubling increase in unauthorized police surveillance and unwarranted arrests of online users. Indeed, individuals have been charged under the 2016 Electronic Transactions and Cybersecurity Law for their online content. A notable case is that of a politician, Kamoto Kalua, and political activist Bon Kalindo, both of whom experienced distressing torture under police, severely limiting their access to legal representation. Mr. Chairman, let me also draw your attention to the troubling increase in unauthorized police surveillance and the subsequent arrest of individuals in Malawi. We have seen since the airplane disaster, which claimed our Vice President, increased arrests of people expressing dissatisfaction with government handling of the matter. Allow me, lastly, to draw our attention to the deteriorating sexual and reproductive health rights in our country. Many girls and young women in Malawi continue to face significant barriers to accessing modern contraceptives, particularly in district and rural health facilities where stockouts are common. This lack of access is exacerbated by alarming statistics. Malawi reports high incidence of rape and sexual assault against young girls, some as young as 10 years old. Tragically, many of these assaults lead to unwanted pregnancies. However, due to restrictive abortion laws and ambiguous clinical guidelines, these young victims often find themselves unable to secure safe and legal abortions. Under current Malawian law, abortion is permitted only when necessary to save a woman's life, creating legal and ethical dilemmas for healthcare providers. In light of these challenges, we urge the Commission to, first of all, urge Malawi to comply with its obligations under the Maputo Protocol. We also urge the Commission to urge the Malawi government to condemn the arrests and intimidation of journalists and activists, and also advocate for the repeal or amendment of laws that enable the persecution of journalists and individuals. Mr. Chairman, we also urge the African Commission to condemn killings based on witchcraft accusations and urge the Malawi government and all state parties by way of a resolution to take immediate action to protect the rights of people accused of witchcraft, a majority of whom are the elderly. We also call upon the Commission to urge the Malawi government to implement effective measures to stabilize the economy while protecting vulnerable populations from the adverse effects of inflation. We also urge the Commission to call upon the Malawi government to ensure comprehensive food relief efforts to reach all affected areas and ensure that these efforts are depoliticized. We further urge the Commission to condemn the arrest and intimidation of journalists and activists and call upon the Malawi government to ensure their protection. We also urge the Commission to urge the government to advocate for the repeal or amendment of laws that enable the persecution of individuals for expressing dissent, including the electronic cybersecurity law. And then finally, we call upon the Malawi government to respect and protect civil liberties, ensuring that all individuals are able to exercise their rights without fear of repression, particularly now as we are moving closer to the 2005 general elections that will be held in September next year. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Center for Human Rights and Habilitation. The Contra-Rapporteur for Malawi, Honorable Commissioner Motford Mamega, will take note together with the mechanism holders for all the allegations that are referred to in your statement. Thank you. Move on to African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims.
Thank you. The Honorable Chairperson, the Commissioners of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Member States, the African Union, intergovernmental organizations, national human rights institutions, NGOs, ladies, gentlemen, and others, all protocol observed. I bring you greetings from the African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims, an NGO based in the Republic of Uganda in East Africa. We welcome the following contributions by the Republic of Uganda towards the promotion and protection of the right to freedom from torture. Progressive implementation of the Human Rights Enforcement Act 2019 by the judiciary, which has invoked its provisions in the determination of human rights cases, torture inclusive. Demilitarization within the Uganda Police Force with the recent appointment of the Inspector General of Police and Deputy Inspector of Police, both not from the Army. Joint capacity building programs by NGOs and security agencies, Uganda Police Force and the Uganda People's Defense Forces on effective investigation and documentation of torture and stress management. joint development of a checklist on effective investigation and documentation of torture cases by the Office of the Directorate of Public Prosecutions, Criminal Investigations Directorate, and the African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims. The latter is a guide during capacity building programs for state prosecutors and the investigative arm of the Uganda Police Force. Although there are these tremendous steps taken, torture and ill-treatment remains one of the most violated human rights reported by both the Uganda Human Rights Commission and CSOs, mainly due to the following challenges. The ineffective implementation of the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Act 2012 and its 2017 regulations. There are major gaps in investigation and documentation of torture and ill-treatment cases that has limited access to rehabilitation and redress for survivors and their families. There is fear among survivors and affected communities to report to relevant authority, especially to the Uganda Police Force. SCTV has managed to make the following contributions to torture prevention and accountability. It has trained state and non-state actors that include 38 professionals on medical legal documentation using the Istanbul Protocol. Trained 20 community health workers. It has trained 76 Uganda Police Criminal Investigations Department officers. It has trained 21 human rights defenders, 100 community volunteers, 13 state prosecutors, 20 journalists on trauma-informed reporting. SCTV has also developed a position paper to guide and advise the Committee on Human Rights of Parliament on the need to ratify the OPCAT, as well as the value of enacting the Witness Protection Bill 2015 into law to foster reporting but also mitigate the fear to report. It has also created awareness. It has offered rehabilitation services to 903 survivors of torture and also provided treatment and rehabilitation to victims of brutality during the March to Parliament on corruption. We therefore call upon the African Commission on Human People's Rights to urge the Republic of Uganda to consider addressing the following recommendations as priority areas. 1. The Ministry of Health to consider developing and adopting a national rehabilitation policy for torture victims and survivors with relevant NGOs. 2. Capacity building of criminal justice actors on the effective implementation of the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Act and its regulations, especially on stress and anger management as among the causes to human rights violations and abuses. 3. Ministry of Foreign Affairs to consider ratifying the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture. 4. Parliament to consider enacting the Witness Protection Bill 2015 and National Legal Aid Bill into law to foster timely reporting and access to justice for all. 5. Consider appropriating commensurate funds to the Uganda Human Rights Commission to enable the NHRI to deliver on its mandate. 6. The Uganda Police Force to consider holding the Prevention and Prohibition of Torture Regulations 2017 to enable effective investigation and documentation of torture and prosecution. 7. Uganda should consider prioritizing criminal prosecution of alleged perpetrators besides civil litigation. Lastly, 8. All security institutions should consider mainstreaming and disseminating the Mendes principles on torture across all training programs in the training schools. It will promote compliance with international human rights standards during investigation and interrogation to prevent torture. I conclude, we will appreciate any technical support or efforts from the African Commission on Human Rights, either rendered to Uganda or to call upon the Republic of Uganda to actualize the recommendations as we continue a collective, transformative approach by both state and non-state institutions in actions towards torture prevention and accountability for all. We believe that with the necessary political will, torture-free spaces are attainable. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, African Center for Treatment and Rehabilitation of Torture Victims. Commissioner Modfon Mandenga, together with Commissioner Hatham, have responsibility for the issues you've raised. I'm sure they will engage with your statement. Thank you. We now go back to Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition. Observer status 470. Afia na Haki 554. Haki Africa 519. Africa Albinism Network. Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum. Come to the NGO. Then we'll respond here.
10 minutes to break. We can break for.
Yeah. Well, in the absence of the NGOs who are on the list today, with 10 minutes to break, I think we'll have the early break today. That's a bonus for us. So we'll now break and then we'll resume after. Thank you very much.
des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains, qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Eu sou Adão Pinto. Muito obrigado. Prazer em todo mundo. Obrigado, obrigado. Olha, antes que eu não entre, o primeiro secretário aí. Ah, ok. Acho que já falamos juntos, né? Se gosta. Ok, prazer.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human.
Na nota verbal da delegação daqui, significa que tem um lugar aqui.
Não, nós temos sempre um lugar, mas como observer.
No, not observer. It's part, it's executive.
No, our colleague.
No,
from Addis Ababa.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade.
Foi para o coisa, está a caminho do Luanda.
Porque é assim, minha secretária de Estado. Aqui, mesmo esta matéria, é a Isabel que diz. Nós só devemos estar aqui para ver bem como a nossa secretária de Estado está.
Mas...
Se não há nenhum review.
Não. Eu entendo que nós temos que trabalhar we work together. É verdade que há a multilateral que tem que acompanhar, mas a bilateral também tem assuntos. Porque, por exemplo, quando...
Bienvenue aux délégués des États, bienvenue aux organisations de la société civile, bienvenue aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Cette session est importante. Elle se tient à un moment particulier de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Elle a été précédée par un pré-forum des États, une précession des organisations de la société civile et une précession des INDH. Nous espérons qu'au cours de cette session, l'ensemble des parties prenantes mettront leur intelligence ensemble pour des droits de l'homme sur le continent. Et ensemble avec vous, nous allons adopter les principales résolutions des citoyens africains sur notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Chers délégués, chers collègues, chers invités, je suis Atene Sayem, président du comité pour la prévention de la torture depuis l'année 2017. C'est avec une grande émotion que nous commémorons aujourd'hui le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et les autres peines de traitement tels inhumains ou dégradants. L'UNCAT. En tant que président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique, c'est avec humilité que je saisis l'occasion de m'adresser à vous et de réaffirmer notre engagement inébranlable en faveur de la prévention de la torture et des mauvais traitements sur notre continent. Aujourd'hui, je suis fier de souligner l'importance de l'observation générale numéro 4 sur le droit à réparation des victimes de la torture et autres peines et traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants, adopté en 2017. Ce document historique fournit des orientations cruciales pour garantir la justice et les réparations aux victimes en reconnaissant leur dignité et leur droit à réparation. En outre, je tiens à souligner l'importance des règles d'Abidjan sur l'établissement et le fonctionnement des mécanismes d'alerte de rapport à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur la situation de torture et autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants. Ces règles constituent un outil essentiel dans nos efforts sélectifs pour renforcer les mécanismes de responsabilisation et prévenir la torture dans toute l'Afrique. Alors que nous commémorons ces anniversaires, nous devons également redoubler d'efforts pour renforcer l'état de droit et promouvoir les droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Grâce au plaidoyer, au renforcement des capacités et à la collaboration avec le gouvernement et la société civile, nous pouvons œuvrer à l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Permettez-moi de partager avec vous une réflexion personnelle. Cette route que nous avons parcourue n'a pas été facile. C'est un honneur pour moi de continuer l'œuvre entamée par mes prédécesseurs qui avaient en charge ce comité. Les défis sont grands, sont multiples et sont difficiles et n'ont jamais été faciles à relever. Je voudrais prendre un moment pour rappeler et saluer la mémoire de feu Jean-Baptiste Lirongero, un collègue vénéré qui a joué un rôle essentiel dans la rédaction des lignes directrices de Robben Island. Son héritage continuera à nous inspirer dans notre quête de justice et de dignité pour tous. Je tiens à exprimer une profonde gratitude à tous ceux qui ont contribué au succès du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique au cours des 2 dernières décennies. Votre dévouement, votre passion et votre engagement nous inspirent à œuvrer pour un monde meilleur et plus juste. Je vous remercie.
Saudações aos estimados delegados, colegas e amigos. O meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Sou relatora especial para as prisões, condições de detenção e policiamento em África e também membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao reunirmos hoje aqui para celebrar momentos importantes na jornada rumo aos direitos humanos e à dignidade, é com profunda honra que me dirijo a vós como membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao longo das últimas 2 décadas, o o CPPA tem estado na vanguarda da proteção dos direitos dos detivos em todo o mundo e no continente africano. Através do seu empenhamento inabalável na prevenção da tortura e na garantia de condições de detenção humanas, o CPPA tem desempenhado um papel essencial na promoção de uma cultura de respeito pelos direitos humanos nos sistemas prisionais. Do mesmo modo, a Convenção contra a Tortura é um farol de esperança e justiça, servindo de norma universal contra a tortura e outras formas de maus tratos. Durante 4 décadas, proporcionou um quadro para os Estados cumprirem as suas obrigações e responsabilizarem os autores de atos de tortura. No entanto, apesar dos progressos registrados, temos de reconhecer que ainda há muito a fazer. Demasiadas pessoas em África continuam a sofrer tratamentos desumanos nos centros de detenção. Desde a sobrelotação aos cuidados de saúde inadequados, da violência à falta de acesso à representação legal, os desafios são muito e complexos. Como relatora especial para as prisões e condições de detenção e policiamento em África, estou empenhada em trabalhar incansavelmente com os governos, as organizações da sociedade civil e os parceiros internacionais para resolver estas questões prementes. Temos de trabalhar no sentido da plena aplicação das diretrizes de Robben Island e de outros instrumentos relevantes, garantindo que todas as pessoas privadas de liberdade sejam tratadas com dignidade e respeito. Além disso, temos de redobrar os nossos esforços para erradicar a tortura em todas as suas formas e responsabilizar os seus atores. Isto exige não só uma reforma legislativa, mas também uma mudança nas atitudes sociais no sentido de uma tolerância zero em relação à tortura e aos maus tratos. Em conclusão, reafirmemos o nosso empenhamento na nobre causa da promoção e proteção dos direitos de todos os indivíduos, incluindo os que se encontram em situação de detenção. Juntos podemos construir um futuro em que todas as pessoas sejam tratadas com dignidade e sem exceção. Muito obrigada.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Idriss Assou, je suis président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique. Je suis également vice-président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique. C'est pour moi un profond honneur de m'adresser à vous en cette occasion mémorable. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, c'est pour nous une grande opportunité de jeter un regard sur les étapes franchies et d'exprimer par la même occasion notre engagement renouvelé à relever les défis dans la noble cause de l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans nos efforts pour lutter contre la torture et défendre les droits de l'homme. Nous avons noté la mise en place de mécanismes nationaux de prévention dans plusieurs États africains, assurant une surveillance cruciale des lieux de détention et renforçant ainsi les mécanismes de responsabilisation. De plus, notre attention est portée sur le développement de la législation et des modèles visant à criminaliser la torture et à jeter les bases de réformes législatives promouvant l'interdiction et la prévention de la torture. Cependant, notre travail est loin d'être terminé. Nous devons continuer à plaider en faveur de la ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, ainsi que du protocole facultatif se rapportant à cette convention et aux autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants par tous les États africains. Ces instruments sont des outils essentiels de notre point de vue dans l'arsenal destiné à combattre la torture et à garantir la protection des droits des détenus. De plus, la mise en œuvre des instruments de soft law relatifs à la torture, tels que les lignes directrices de Robben Island, reste pour nous une grande priorité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec les États et les organisations de la société civile, nous pouvons promouvoir l'incorporation de ces lignes directrices dans la législation nationale et les pratiques en renforçant ainsi les protections qui sont dus aux détenus et en prévenant la torture. En regardant vers l'avenir, notre comité est résolument engagé à jouer un rôle de leader dans la lutte contre la torture. Cela implique des engagements plus étroits avec les États et les organisations de la société civile pour garantir que les voix des victimes soient entendues et que leurs droits soient respectés. En favorisant le dialogue et la coopération, nous pouvons développer des stratégies innovantes pour relever les défis émergents et promouvoir la responsabilité des auteurs de torture. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Congratulations and happy birthday to the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa, the CPTA, on the occasion of its 20th anniversary. My name is Barbara Bernat. I'm the Secretary General of the Association for the Prevention of Torture, APT, an international non-governmental human rights organization based in Geneva, Switzerland, working worldwide to prevent torture. And we were closely associated to the CPTA from the beginning. Let me mention here 3 highlights. First, cooperation. It started back when the APT proposed to the African Commission at its 28th ordinary session to organize a joint workshop for the effective implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter on Human Rights, prohibiting all forms of torture and treatment. This workshop took place in February 2002 in Robben Island, and it drafted concrete guidelines on the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa, the so-called Robben Island Guidelines. The guidelines were adopted by a resolution by the African Commission in 2003. This resolution also establishes a follow-up committee to support their implementation, composed of commissioners, the APT, and experts. It met for the first time in 2004 and was later renamed the CPTA. But behind institutions, there are persons. And my second highlight is paying tribute to one person who played a key role in this journey, my former colleague and friend, Jean-Baptiste Mouzoulou-Boro, who so sadly passed away last November. He was one of the drafters of the Robben Island Guidelines, and he was also in the first meeting of the CPTA, and was a member until 2019 when he retired. And we are also celebrating his legacy here today. The third highlight is the key role of the CPTA in implementing the vision of torture prevention in Africa enshrined in the Robben Island Guidelines. For example, on the first hours of detention, it mentions the importance of basic safeguards such as access to lawyers, and these safeguards are now integrated in the principles on effective interviewing for investigations and information gathering known as the Mendes Principles. The CPTA has been a leading actor on the promotion of the Mendes Principles in Africa. Thanks to the CPTA, there is a standalone resolution adopted by the African Commission in 2022 welcoming the Mendes Principles and calling on states to implement them. And the CPTA is also now leading on the implementation of the Mendes Principles, organizing the first sub-regional workshop to discuss the Mendes Principles with police officers of Southern Africa in June this year. Prevention of torture and its treatment is an ongoing task, but also a shared responsibility. Together, we can prevent torture.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Ngoï-Lumbu. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et du peuple. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, ADA était pour moi une structure, une organisation d'interne. J'avoue que je ne savais pas grand-chose de quoi il s'agissait. Mais il a fallu que nous puissions annoncer la présidence, qui avait commencé par celui qui était l'ancien président de la Commission, au moment de la réunion, dont j'ai hérité le mandat, que je puisse bien comprendre de quoi il s'agissait. Au tout début, AGA m'a permis d'abord de m'approprier une appropriation, en tout cas, des textes qui organisent cette importante plateforme, ce qui m'a permis de comprendre de quoi il s'agissait, quelle était la plus-value de ce mécanisme important, parce que c'est en fait une plateforme qui permet à toutes les organisations de l'Union africaine qui travaillent en matière de droits de l'homme, de démocratie continuer à travailler sur des matières qui gagneraient à être fédérées. Et depuis lors, je pense que nous avons fait un excellent mandat, une excellente présidence. En tant que membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme, le temps ne nous a pas permis de mettre en œuvre toutes les idées que nous avons proposées. Jusqu'à ce que nous avons cédé le bâton de commandement au comité africain de l'Extérieur sur le plan de bien des résultats. Merci beaucoup.
My name is Commissioner Dr. Lisa Mekini Ogana. My capacity is dual. I am the commissioner responsible for the rights of people living with HIV and AIDS in Africa, and also the commissioner in charge of the protection of rights of indigenous communities and minorities in Africa. This was an amazing forum. When we were conceiving the idea of having this joint forum, we thought of a space where, as a commission, we could have stakeholders every year come, join us to discuss some of the things and items that are not normally covered specifically in our mandates. We thought of issues that we may not be able otherwise to deal with during our normal work in the commission. And so it has been a huge success from the first day to the second day to the last day. Even now people are still in the room. Nobody has left. And we think that the topics have been very exciting. The views that have been shared are very innovative. And that we have been able to successfully bring together member states, civil society, national human rights commissions, and partners and stakeholders under one roof to discuss these key issues that we do not normally have time to reflect on every day. We want to say that next year you are welcome to our second forum, and we look forward to your participation, and we can assure you this is the forum. Thank you.
Chers délégués, chers collègues, chers invités, je suis Atene Sayem, président du comité pour la prévention de la torture depuis l'année 2017. C'est avec une grande émotion que nous commémorons aujourd'hui le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et les autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant. L'UNCAT. En tant que président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique, c'est avec humilité que je saisis l'occasion de m'adresser à vous et de réaffirmer notre engagement inébranlable en faveur de la prévention de la torture et des mauvais traitements sur notre continent. Aujourd'hui, je suis fier de souligner l'importance de l'observation générale numéro 4 sur le droit à réparation des victimes de la torture et autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants, adopté en 2017. Ce document historique fournit des orientations cruciales pour garantir la justice et les réparations aux victimes en reconnaissant leur dignité et leur droit à réparation. En outre, je tiens à souligner l'importance des règles d'Abidjan sur l'établissement et le fonctionnement du mécanisme d'alerte de rapport à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur la situation de torture et autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants. Ces règles constituent un outil essentiel dans nos efforts collectifs pour renforcer les mécanismes de responsabilisation et prévenir la torture dans toute l'Afrique. Alors que nous commémorons ces anniversaires, nous devons également redoubler d'efforts pour renforcer l'état de droit et promouvoir les droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Grâce au plaidoyer, au renforcement des capacités et à la collaboration avec le gouvernement et la société civile, nous pouvons œuvrer à l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Permettez-moi de partager avec vous une réflexion personnelle. Cette route que nous avons parcourue n'a pas été facile. C'est un honneur pour moi de continuer l'œuvre entamée par mes prédécesseurs qui avaient en charge ce comité. Les défis sont grands, sont multiples et sont difficiles et n'ont jamais été faciles à relever. Je voudrais prendre un moment pour rappeler et saluer la mémoire de feu Jean-Baptiste Lirongero, un collègue vénéré qui a joué un rôle essentiel dans la rédaction des lignes directrices de Robben Island. Son héritage continuera à nous inspirer dans notre quête de justice et de dignité pour tous. Je tiens à exprimer notre profonde gratitude à tous ceux qui ont contribué au succès du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique au cours des 2 dernières décennies. Votre dévouement, votre passion et votre engagement nous inspirent à œuvrer pour un monde meilleur et plus juste. Je vous remercie.
Saudações aos estimados delegados, colegas e amigos. O meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Sou relatora especial para as prisões, condições de detenção e policiamento em África e também membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao reunirmos-nos hoje aqui para celebrar momentos importantes na jornada rumo aos direitos humanos e à dignidade, é com profunda honra que me dirijo a vós como membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao longo das últimas 2 décadas, o CPTA tem estado na vanguarda da proteção dos direitos dos detidos em todo o mundo e no continente africano. Através do seu empenhamento inabalável na prevenção da tortura e na garantia de condições de detenção humanas, o CPTA tem desempenhado um papel essencial na promoção de uma cultura de respeito pelos direitos humanos nos sistemas prisionais. Do mesmo modo, a Convenção contra a Tortura é um farol de esperança e justiça, servindo de norma universal contra a tortura e outras formas de maus tratos. Durante 4 décadas, proporcionou um quadro para os Estados cumprirem as suas obrigações e responsabilizarem os autores de atos de tortura. No entanto, apesar dos progressos registrados, temos de reconhecer que ainda há muito a fazer. Demasiadas pessoas em África continuam a sofrer tratamento desumano nos centros de detenção, desde a sobrelotação aos cuidados de saúde inadequados, da violência à falta de acesso à representação legal. Os desafios são muitos e complexos. Como relatora especial para as prisões e condições de detenção e policiamento em África, estou empenhada em trabalhar incansavelmente com os governos, as organizações da sociedade civil e os parceiros internacionais para resolver estas questões prementes. Temos de trabalhar no sentido da plena aplicação das diretrizes de Robben Island e de outros instrumentos relevantes, garantindo que todas as pessoas privadas de liberdade sejam tratadas com dignidade e respeito. Além disso, temos de redobrar os nossos esforços para erradicar a tortura em todas as suas formas e responsabilizar os seus atores. Isso exige não só uma reforma legislativa, mas também uma mudança nas atitudes sociais no sentido de uma tolerância zero em relação à tortura e aos maus tratos. Em conclusão, reafirmemos o nosso empenhamento na nobre causa da promoção e proteção dos direitos de todos os indivíduos, incluindo os que se encontram em situação de detenção. Juntos podemos construir um futuro em que todas as pessoas sejam tratadas com dignidade e sem exceção. Muito obrigada.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Idrissa Sow, je suis président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique. Je suis également vice-président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique. C'est pour moi un profond honneur de m'adresser à vous en cette occasion mémorable. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, c'est pour nous une grande opportunité de jeter un regard sur les étapes franchies et d'exprimer par la même occasion notre engagement renouvelé à relever les défis dans la noble cause de l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans nos efforts pour lutter contre la torture et défendre les droits de l'homme. Nous avons noté la mise en place de mécanismes nationaux de prévention dans plusieurs États africains, assurant une surveillance cruciale des lieux de détention et renforçant ainsi les mécanismes de responsabilisation. De plus, notre attention est portée sur le développement de la législation et des modèles visant à criminaliser la torture et à jeter les bases de réformes législatives promouvant l'interdiction et la prévention de la torture. Cependant, notre travail est loin d'être terminé. Nous devons continuer à plaider en faveur de la ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, ainsi que du protocole facultatif se rapportant à cette convention et aux autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants par tous les États africains. Ces instruments sont des outils essentiels de notre point de vue dans l'arsenal destiné à combattre la torture et à garantir la protection des droits des détenus. De plus, la mise en œuvre des instruments de soft law relatifs à la torture, tels que les lignes directrices de Robben Island, reste pour nous une grande priorité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec les États et les organisations de la société civile, nous pouvons promouvoir l'incorporation de ces lignes directrices dans la législation nationale et les pratiques en renforçant ainsi les protections qui sont dues aux détenus et en prévenant la torture. En regardant vers l'avenir, notre comité est résolument engagé à jouer un rôle de leader dans la lutte contre la torture. Cela implique des engagements plus étroits avec les États et les organisations de la société civile pour garantir que les voix des victimes soient entendues et que leurs droits soient respectés. En favorisant le dialogue et la coopération, nous pouvons développer des stratégies innovantes pour relever les défis émergents et promouvoir la responsabilité des auteurs de torture. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Congratulations and happy birthday to the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa, the CPTA, on the occasion of its 20th anniversary. My name is Barbara Bernat. I'm the Secretary General of the Association for the Prevention of Torture, APT, an international non-governmental human rights organization based in Geneva, Switzerland, working worldwide to prevent torture. And we were closely associated to the CPTA from the beginning. Let me mention here 3 highlights. First, cooperation. It started back when the APT proposed to the African Commission at its 28th ordinary session to organize a joint workshop for the effective implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter on Human Rights, prohibiting all forms of torture and mistreatment. This workshop took place in February 2002 in Robben Island, and drafted concrete guidelines on the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa, the so-called Robben Island Guidelines. The guidelines were adopted by a resolution by the African Commission in 2002. This resolution also establishes a follow-up committee to support the implementation composed of commissioners, the APT, and experts. It met for the first time in 2004 and was later renamed in CPTA. But behind institutions, there are persons. And my second highlight is paying tribute to one person who played a key role in this journey, my former colleague and friend, Jean-Baptiste Muzulu-Vero, who so sadly passed away last November. He was one of the drafters of the Robben Island Guidelines, and he was also in the first meeting of the CPTA, and was a member until 2019 when he retired. And we are also celebrating his legacy here today. The third highlight is the key role of the CPTA in implementing the vision of torture prevention in Africa enshrined in the Robben Island Guidelines. For example, on the first hours of detention, it mentions the importance of basic safeguards such as access to lawyers, and these safeguards are now integrated in the principles on effective interviewing for investigations and information gathering known as the Mendes Principles. The CPTA has been a leading actor on the promotion of the Mendes Principles in Africa. Thanks to the CPTA, there is a standalone resolution adopted by the African Commission in 2022, welcoming the Mendes Principles and calling on states to implement them. And the CPTA is also now leading on the implementation of the Mendes Principles and is organizing the first sub-regional workshop to discuss the Mendes Principles with police officers of Southern Africa in June this year. Prevention of torture and ill treatment is an ongoing task, but also a shared responsibility. Together, we can prevent torture.
has very substantial consequences on the lives, livelihoods, land, territories, as well as the environment of the African continent. While the extractive industry sector has enormous potential for contribution to the socio-economic development and thereby the improvement of the living standard of people of the continent, more often than not, this potential of the extractive industry sector has not been felt in the lived experiences of most people on the continent. Contrary to this, the natural resource of the continent and the operation of the extractive industries has brought a great deal of suffering, a great deal of human rights violations, and also environmental degradation on many parts of the continent. In the context of the current rush for critical minerals and also what are called transition minerals, in the context of the green energy transition, there is another standard for these rare minerals on the African continent. And in this context, our working group asked the question whether once again, as in the past, the continent is going to face the resource pressure arising from this rush for critical minerals. So our work as the working group is to promote the respect for and observance of the human rights standards of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, particularly as they relate to the exploitation and extraction of natural resources that the continent is enormously endowed with. Under Article 21 of the African Charter, specific obligations have been laid down. Actually, so much so that this is one of, if not the longest provisions of the Charter, highlighting the importance that it attaches to and the historical significance of the natural resource exploitation of the African continent for the exclusive benefit of the people of the continent. With respect to the state of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do, I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress has been made, both through the and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency, we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the community. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gap between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people on the continent. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs, and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed, and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas, the digital space, also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women, and the enormous potential and entrepreneurial skills of our people. I thank you very much.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu aadama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeur de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élu
Ça va, ça va.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît. Nous allons donc reprendre avec nos travaux. Je vais demander à ceux qui font des petites réunions de le faire à voix basse pour qu'il y ait une sérénité dans la salle et qu'on puisse continuer. Bon retour donc à nos travaux. Nous allons continuer avec les rapports d'activité des membres de la commission et des mécanismes spéciaux. Le premier rapport.
The first report would be the chair of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa, Honorable Commissioner Hatem Esayem, will present for 15 minutes, and then we'll have a general debate during which states would have 5 minutes each if they wish to intervene. The participants, please, could you please whisper if you have to, because we can't ask people not to speak. Kindly whisper if you have to allow Commissioner Hatem to present his report for 15 minutes. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. Chair, I'll just behave like tennis players. You know tennis players? If there's noise on the lawn, they don't play. Okay, all jokes aside. Chair, Vice Chair, Honorable distinguished colleagues, representatives of states, NGOs, NHRIs, the participants, I have the pleasure of submitting to you today my report in accordance with Rules 25(3) and 64 of the Rules of Procedure. I am submitting this report in my capacity as chairperson of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa and the country rapporteur for Benin, Republic of Mauritius, Madagascar, and the Republic of Sudan. The period covered is relates to the past 6 months. I start with activities carried out during the intercession period within the framework of special mechanism. In my capacity as chairperson of CPTA, I participated in a conference of Network of African Torture Prevention Mechanisms in Cape Town on 26th and 27th June. At the invitation of the South African Human Rights Commission and the Moroccan National Center of Human Rights, I took part in the second Conference of African Mechanisms for the Prevention of Torture in Cape Town on 26th and 27th June. The meeting was attended by Ms. Elena Starride, representative of the United Nations Subcommission Prevention of Torture, the Vice Chair of the UN Committee Against Torture, Mr. Rawan, and the African Bodies for Prevention of Torture. The conference began with the presentation and adoption of the Statutes of the African Network of National Human Rights Mechanism for Prevention of Torture. We then celebrated the 40th anniversary of the UNCAT, as well as 20th anniversary of the Robben Island Guidelines. And during this ceremony consisted of reading the CPTA declaration. Second day was devoted to themes: the trading instruments of torture and the study on prisons and conditions of detention. I presented Resolution 472/2020 and the study on the production, trade, and use of instruments of torture carried out with Obega. Commissioner Maria Teresa Maneza presented study on prisons and led the ensuing debate. Lastly, the conference elected steering committee for the African Network of NPMs. Morocco, South Africa, Mozambique, Cape, Senegal, and Mauritania make up the committee. East and Central Africa do not yet have NPM. The third conference of African Network will be held next year in Cabo Verde. Now, I participated in the sensitization and training workshop for the distribution of Abidjan rules. This workshop was organized with invaluable assistance. AFCOFA was held at the University of Cape Town. It brought together researchers and stakeholders from South African civil society. The workshop was led by Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela and Ms. Eva Nude. It was first of its kind organized in Southern Africa around the Abidjan Road. The aim of the workshop for English-speaking African countries was to disseminate and take ownership of the Abidjan rules. More specifically, we had meetings with the Southern African police organizations, APT, APCOF, SADC, and GPT organized a meeting of Southern African police organization in Johannesburg from 1st to 3rd July to present and discuss the Mendes principles. 11 countries were represented at the meeting. At this meeting, I indicated our support to this new instrument drawn up on the initiative of the former rapporteur on torture by eminent experts Mr. Shane Tate and Ms. Valentina Kalido. Explained the Mendes principles. Practical cases were discussed by participants. Mr. Malwa Dombaksi, our expert, and Mr. Yusuf Sah led and facilitated exchanges with the various delegations. And we await the feedback from our Southern African colleagues on this workshop. I will now come to the regional conference in North Africa on torture. Mad for Peace and Omega organized a conference for North African countries, Cairo, from 21st August on the themes of Abidjan rules and the production, trade, and use of instruments of torture, together with Mr. Mohamed Yusuf Sar and our expert, Ms. Sana Busby. I chaired the meetings and debates on these two issues. At the end of the participants launched North African League for the Prevention of Torture. However, it should be noted that Mauritania and Tunisia were not represented by the national authorities, while Libya was represented by a participant from the east of the country. The meeting enabled us to find out from Sudanese participants about developments in humanitarian situation in their country. We also had talks with the Director of Human Rights at the Arab League of Arab States. We explored the possibilities of cooperation between two bodies. He promised to get back in touch after the summer holidays. In my capacity as chairperson of Advanced 3 Committee on Budget and Staff Matters, I participated in the meeting of the Advisory Committee on Budgetary and Personal Affairs held during the 88th Ordinary Private Session, organized in virtual format from 24 to 2nd August 2024. In terms of country rapporteur, now I'll talk about the Republic of Sudan. We have tried within our commission on the drafting of a resolution on this situation in this country, Sudan, and the resolution that was adopted is reference 590 and was adopted by the commission at the 79th session in Banjul. This resolution provides inter alia for a joint fact-finding mission to be undertaken with the EU Department of Political Peace and Security Affairs in a hybrid form on the human rights situation in the Republic of Sudan, consisting of an on-the-spot investigation in designated area of Sudan and or neighboring states for a period of 2 weeks to the extent possible. And then we had a virtual meeting on the situation in Sudan with the assistance of the International Federation of Human Rights and Sudanese civil society, and organized a virtual meeting on human rights situation in April, which has been at work since 15 April 2023. This meeting provided an opportunity to keep abreast with the latest development in the various regions of Sudan. I informed the participants of the committee's decision to send a fact-finding mission to Sudan. The participants welcomed this initiative and did not share their observations and advice for the smooth running of the mission. At the request of Peace and Security Department of UN, I had a virtual meeting with the director and senior staff of the Department on Human Rights Situation in Sudan and our Commission's efforts in that country. I briefed them about the various meetings with Sudanese partners and the appeals, press release and resolutions adopted by the Commission. Asked about the fact-finding mission to Sudan, I explained that we had already put together our delegation and adopted our terms of reference. However, we still are waiting for funding for the travel to the field and also to apply for next authorizations. Finally, I stated I would be willing to join any UN mission. Activities carried out as member of the commission. I participated in with all my colleagues in a benchmark mission to Washington to share experience and working methods with the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights from 11 to 16 July. And then I attended, like all my colleagues, at the 88th Unknown session, which was held virtually from 24 July to 2nd August. I took part in all the deliberations with my peers. This private session enabled us to examine a considerable number of communications and studies. And also participated in a promotion mission in Cape Verde under the leadership of Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela, Special Rapporteur for Cape Verde, as well as Maulo Dompacho. It took place 21st September 2024. During our mission, we were able to meet the highest political and judicial authorities and visit social and prison institutions. Commissioner Manuela will expound on this mission. Within the framework of the communication of 28th year of his communication, Solidarity for the Rights of Women in Africa organized on 26 September a webinar on 20 years of solidarity and advocacy for women's rights. I was requested by a Tunisian women's organization speaker at the opening of the I referred the organizers to Vice Chair in her capacity as rapporteur for West African women's rights in Africa. I accept their invitation and attended as a participant. Now, this is the first part of my report. We released my activities in my capacity as chairperson of and as chair of CPT. And now I come to the part on torture and entertainment in Africa. It covers March 2024 to September 2024. It's no point recalling the definition of torture: any act by which severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, is intentionally inflicted on a person. This biannual report on the situation of torture and other ill treatment in Africa is compiled in accordance with terms of reference of the CPTA, which mandates the committee to report to every ordinary session of the African Commission on the status of implementation of guidelines and measures for the prohibition of torture. I go directly to the positive developments with regards to UNCAT. On 31st May 2024, the Committee Against Torture stated issues concerning the Namibia's third periodic report. The CAT has issued a request for Namibia to provide information on the CAT recommendations to adopt a bill on the prevention and combating of torture, conditions of detention, and respect for the principle of non-refoulement, of which we have yet to receive a response. On 17 July 24, the United Nations Committee Against Torture concluded its consideration initial report of Cote d'Ivoire, with committee experts commended the state on the creation of an interministerial committee to coordinate with treaty bodies while asking questions about the admissibility of evidence obtained through torture and overcrowding in prisons. The UN Subcontinent Prevention of Torture, 8 to 19 September 2024, the UN Subcommittee on Prevention of Torture was supposed to visit Nigeria to assist the treatment of detained individuals and review the country's progress since their last visit 10 years ago. The delegation led by Aisha Shumi Mohammed will visit various detention facilities and meet with relevant authorities to discuss torture prevention and establish overcrowding in prisons, and declare the main cause of this overcrowding is systemic use of pretrial detention and its excessively long duration. With regards to UNCAT, since the previous report, there have been no new signatories of African states to the UNCAT to date. 52 African states have ratified UNCAT. The list is long, there are 52. Only 2 African states have yet to ratify UNCAT: the United Republic of Tanzania and Zimbabwe. With regard to UNCAT ratification. Since the previous report, there have been no new signatories of African states to the optional protocol against torture to date. Following 24 African states have ratified OPCAT, and further 8 African states are signatories of OPCAT. In compliance with OPCAT, we still have some work to do to sensitize African states to sign the optional protocol. 70 countries out of 93 state parties to the optional protocol have established national prevention torture mechanisms. The United Nations SPT visits are a part of the efforts to address the states parties that are currently non-compliant with Article 17, requiring the establishment of one of several national prevention mechanisms for the prevention of torture. And the following 9 African listed as non-compliant in Benin, Burundi, Central African Republic, DRC, Gabon, Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, and South Sudan. The International Federation of ACATS calls on Congo to complete the process of accession to the ICCPR and the OPCAT by depositing instruments of accession with the United Secretariat. On a positive development, on 17 July 2024, it is reported by independent rights experts and international and regional expert mechanisms that the Gambia rejected a bill that would lift the ban on female genital mutilation. 4 June 2024, Cote d'Ivoire deposited an instrument of accession to the second optional protocol to the ICCPR, reaffirming commitments to the irreversible abolition of the death penalty. And we need to inform you that human rights defender Danta Diallo was freed on 7th of March 2024 after he was abducted in Ouagadougou. On 5 June 2024, the National Preventive Mechanism from Senegal and Switzerland entered into peer exchange from 14 to 17 May to strengthen their torture prevention work. A 16-month study on prison governance in sub-Saharan Africa conducted by was released. FIACAT was released on 4th September 2024. They looked at government governance structures, and it explores overcrowding and torture. Johannesburg played a host key meeting that marked a significant step in the implementation of the principles on effective intervention for investigations and information gathering, also known as Mendes Principles. The South African Regional Police Community SAPCO, in collaboration with African Commission on Human People's Rights and its Committee for Prevention of Torture, met on July 1st, 2nd to promote non-coercive intervention based on Mendes Principles. 31st July 2024, Togo's National Prevention Mechanism celebrated its 5th anniversary, highlighting significant achievements while acknowledging personal challenges. I come to the reported prosecutions of officials for crime of torture, the ill treatment and court decisions advancing prohibition to torture. 38 July 2024, it was reported that Malawi High Court upheld the protection of documented immigrants from arbitrary and indefinite detention. The Mazuzu High Court ordered that 30 days should be the reasonable time envisaged under the Immigration Act, within which deportation of documented immigrants ought to be affected. On 1st August 2024, in Conakry, Guinea, former President Musa Dadis and some high-ranking officials were sentenced from 10 years to life for their roles in the 28 September massacre. This massacre took place in Conakry Stadium in July 2024. A case was spread before brought to court by Epitas Shirimara, a national of Burundi born in 1980. He claimed that the state party had violated his rights under Article 2.1 of the Convention, read in conjunction with Article 1. The committee concluded a flags before it revealed a violation by state parties Articles 2, 1, 11, and 14, read in conjunction with Article 1 and of Article 16 of the Convention. On 10 July 2024, the Committee Court of Justice of the Economic Community of West Africa states delivered the judgment against Nigeria in response to a case brought by victims of the Lekki Toll Gate massacre. The massacre happened in 2020 during peaceful protests when Nigeria state agents opened fire on the demonstration. The ECOWAS found Nigeria unequivocally responsible for both substantive and procedural violations and ordered compensatory and declaratory relief to the applicants. Concerns with prohibition and prevention of torture and other treatment, extrajudicial killings, arbitrary executions, and death penalty and enforced disappearance. On 1st March 2024, Bani Afoko, a member of the Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan, said there were concerns raised regarding the impunity of the key political and military officials in South Sudan. 5 March 2024, the UN Committee on Enforced Disappearance expressed its concerns regarding the targeting of human rights defenders, journalists, political opponents, and Pearl ethnic group members for enforced disappearances in Burkina Faso following the receipt of evidence of several mass graves. On 7 March 2024, the Amnesty International reported that authorities in Zimbabwe had still not revealed the whereabouts of the pro-democracy activists and journalists. There were drone strikes by the Malian army on 17 March and killed at least 14 civilians in Amasradan. On 12 April, Amnesty called for African and global human rights bodies to urgently investigate killings of civilians by the Fano militia on 29 January.
On 25th of June 2024, Amnesty reported on the abduction of at least 12 people in Kenya, which had occurred over the last 5 days. 26 June 2024, the United Nations Against Torture Consortium expressed grave concern over clear and convincing evidence of systematic torture and ill-treatment, extrajudicial killings, and enforced disappearance by the Kenyan Security Force. This concern has risen ahead of the new mass projects in Kenya due to proposed tax rises amid a cost of living crisis. 16th of May 2024, the UN Special Procedure on Human Rights decided to place a moratorium on the death penalty with a view to abolishment following fears of re-prosecution of Yahya Sarif Aminu for the crime of blasphemy in 2020. UN experts argue that the death sentence for such a crime would amount to arbitrary deprivation of life under international law. 11 July 2024, Mary Laula, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, called for Kenya and Rwanda to provide information about the disappeared human rights defender Yusuf Ahmed Gasana from Kenya and his alleged extraordinary rendition to Rwanda a year ago. 23rd June 2024, Amnesty International reported that two activists, Umar Sila and Nairobi Biloba, were arrested by Defense and Security Forces in Sila's home in Conakry. On 9 July 2024, they have since been subjected to enforced disappearances. On 10 September 2024, Amnesty stated that the Libyan Internal Security Agency must be held accountable for the death in custody, enforced disappearance, and arbitrary detention. It reported that ISA and Libyan Arab Armed Forces have been committing serious human rights violations to crack down on critics and political opponents. Between January 2023 and June 2024, 76 people, including 2 children, were extrajudicially executed by firing squad in South Sudan. These executions carried out without trial by the army and security forces for alleged offenses like murder, rape, and cattle rustling violate the right to life and due process. There are urgent calls for the Sudanese government to halt these practices, conduct impartial investigation, hold the perpetrators accountable, and consider a moratorium on the death penalty. 6 September 2024, the UN fact-finding mission stated numerous human rights breaches and international crimes such as war crimes and crimes against humanity have been committed by Sudan's fighting parties, which include Sudanese Armed Forces and Rapid Support Forces. Crimes include rape, arbitrary detention, torture, and attacks on individuals, hospitals, schools, communication networks, and other vital resources. Now, torture during deprivation of liberty and poor conditions of detention. Human Rights Submission to the UPR of Egypt on 15 July 2024 revealed that security agencies continue to torture and hold detained dissidents incommunicado for long periods. 18 July 2024, Marie Lola, UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights defenders, stated that, I quote, urgent and controlled action is required to ensure respect for human rights in place of detention in the Central African Republic. The report found that thousands were currently held in overcrowded places of detention across the country. 5th July 2024, human rights defenders raised concern over the deplorable and incessant food insecurity in Malawi prisons, which they see as a violation of the Constitution and other international human rights instruments. Torture and excessive use of forces against protesters. Amnesty called for the immediate release of 12 arbitrarily detained opposition leaders in Mali, one of whom is Yusuf Daba Jawara, former coordinator of the Coordination of Movement Front and sympathizer of Imam Mahmoud Diko. Jawara was forced out of his car and brought to CIA Criminal Investigation Bureau of the Gendarmerie. He was then charged with opposing legitimate authority. On 18 July 2024, Amnesty International reported that the Egyptian authorities have carried out 119 arbitrary arrests, including at least 7 women and 1 child. On 18 July 2024, the African Commission expressed its concerns with respect to the response of Nigeria, and thereafter clashes were noted in Nigeria, and the bad governance. Lives were lost during this. Crimes against people, against albinism, and a report was published on children with albinism and the right to family life. The report underlines the role of violations experienced by children with albinism and highlights the practical risks to children when separated from their families because of discrimination. 24th of April 2024, the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities stated that Tanzania's lack of investigation and action was equivalent to condoning ritual killings and mutilations of people with albinism. The committee examined 3 cases of violence against individuals with albinism that occurred in Tanzania between 2008 and 2010. In all 3 cases, the perpetrators were in charge, and the committee found that Tanzania had violated its obligations under the convention. On 19 April 2024, UN expert Muku and Miti Drummond urged the Lesotho authorities to prioritize removing barriers to enjoyment of rights by people with albinism. 10 September 2024, the African Court on Human and People's Rights held a public hearing in the Center for Human Rights and others by the Republic of Tanzania. The case raises concerns with the widespread threats and breaches of rights of persons with albinism in Tanzania. Other concerns. On 15th March 2024, Amnesty International reported that the DRC government had reinstated executions. Tigere Shaguta, Amnesty International Regional Director for East and Southern Africa, said, I quote, the government's decision to reinstate executions is a gross injustice for people sentenced to death in the DRC. On 19 June 2024, UN expressed concern over escalating attacks, intimidation, and killings of human rights defenders in the DRC. On 9 August 2024, Amnesty International called for Zimbabwe's authorities to end the massive crackdown on dissent before the SADC summit. On 25th July 2024, Amnesty International reported that the Nigerian military authorities have cracked down on the opposition, media, and peaceful dissent since taking over power in the coup. 17 July 2024, Amnesty International called for Zimbabwean authorities to immediately release over 70 detained opposition members detained solely for the peaceful exercise of their human rights. 25th April 2024, the UN Special Rapporteur on extrajudicial summary or arbitrary executions, Maurice Tilbalby, stated, in cases of extrajudicial summary or arbitrary executions,
bodies of victims are testimonies to the violation of their right to life, and as such, the international community has a responsibility to protect and safeguard dead persons. The African Commission on Human and People's Rights expressed profound concern regarding the recently amended National Security Service Act in the Republic of South Sudan. On 3rd July 2024, the South Sudanese Parliament voted in favor of the amended law to expand the powers of the National Security Service. And finally, on 19 June 2024, Marie Laura, Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights, expressed concern over the growing number of attacks and harassment directed against human rights defenders in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. Now, Chairperson, let me conclude with the recommendations. In view of the foregoing, the following recommendations can be made in relation to the CPTA's mandate. Number 1, states that have not yet done so to ratify UNCTAD. States that have not yet done so to ratify UNCTAD and establish, designate, or maintain national prevention mechanisms in accordance with Article 17. All these states should criminalize torture and other ill treatment according to UNCTAD. All states should ensure that no statement obtained through torture is admitted as evidence in any procedures except against a person accused of torture. The states should ensure that all measures and restrictions imposed during the COVID-19 pandemic that may have facilitated or amounted to acts of torture or ill treatment are removed in full. States should take steps to avoid the use of broad laws such as the anti-terror legislation, state of emergency laws, and other state security legislation to carry out arbitrary arrests, searches, and detentions contrary to the international and regional standards. States should take steps to improve conditions of detention in accordance with the guidelines on the condition of arrest, police custody, and pre-trial detention in Africa, the Rwanda guidelines. The states should review national laws to protect individuals from enforced disappearances, torture, and other ill treatment by prohibiting incommunicado detention, prolonged solitary confinement. The states should establish mechanisms empowered to receive complaints of torture and other ill treatment. The state should initiate prompt, thorough, independent, and impartial investigation into allegations of torture. States should ensure that security personnel do not use excessive force against civilians and that they respond to protests in accordance with the guidelines. The state should respect and protect the rights of persons or groups at heightened risk to acts of torture and other ill treatment, including persons with intellectual or psychological disabilities, homeless persons, even children, persons with albinism, LGBTQIA, migrants, refugees, and internally displaced persons. The state should ensure that the victims of torture and other ill treatment have the right to all forms of redress, including restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction. All the parties to conflicts should respect international humanitarian law set out in Geneva Conventions in their treatment of civilians and civilian property. States should ensure that they implement the recommendations made by the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and the UN bodies to prohibit and prevent torture and other ill treatment or degrading treatment. Finally, anyone with information regarding allegations of torture and other ill treatment should bring the allegation to the attention of the CPTA. I thank you, Chairperson. That was the end of my presentation on this report. Thank you for making this presentation of the CPTA. I will now give the floor to His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of Egypt. Is Egypt here?
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to respond. I would like to mention 2 points about the report of the Commissioner. Generally speaking, the report is based on information that were published by one of the non-governmental organizations without certifying the correctness of the information. Due to the time factor, I would like to mention the following. As for the torture, it is stated in the Egyptian law that it is a prohibited crime in the Article 22 of the Egyptian Constitution and all the agreements that Egypt has ratified. Egypt is among the first countries to ratify this convention. Among the provisions in the Penal Code of Egypt that prohibits torture, 129, 126, and 123. Another aspect is that this crime is punishable by all the laws in Egypt. The government of Egypt, in collaboration with the concerned authorities, have put the measures to protect the people from torture and prohibit it. As it has been mentioned, we have an independent judiciary that is not accepting any types of confessions taken by force. Also, there are many other forms of certifying the provision of legal assistance, treatment, and raising awareness in conjunction with the principles of Mandela principles. And as for the discussion of the Egypt report before the UN Council, in that discussion, Egypt has presented a comprehensive report about its activities in this regard. And here I would like to request the Honorable Commissioner to look at what has been stated in that presentation. As for the treatment of prisoners, the Egyptian code is calling them the Center for Rehabilitation, and shall have been established in the different parts of the country in accordance to the international standards. All prisoners are enjoying their basic rights. Furthermore, medical services are provided to the inmates inside the prisons or outside in the specified clinics. The General Prosecution of Egypt conducts normal visits to the prisons to certify adherence to the principles. And that has, the last one was done in the last month. Finally, I'd like to comment on what the Commissioner mentioned about the arbitrary detention in Egypt. And I'd like to affirm here, no one is to be arrested in Egypt without an authority from the prosecution. And the Commissioner mentioned that there are 117 cases of detention, which is impossible. I'd like to conclude by saying that Egypt will respect all its obligations, such as what has mentioned about the working group on the prohibition of detention and other international instruments ratified by Egypt. And I thank you.
Thank you. I would now give the floor to the representative of Angola.
Thank you, Excellency, Honorable Chairperson of the Commission, and Honorable Commissioner Hatem on the CPTA. Our intervention has to do with the mandate of Commissioner Hatem as a rapporteur on torture. Angola has ratified the Convention on against torture, and we are now studying the possibility of joining the optional protocol to the Convention on against torture. We still do not have a formal mechanism for the prevention of torture, but this prevention and this oversight is done through the law enforcement agencies internally, and also through our legal assistance mechanism. Our constitution prohibits torture. Our penal code in Angola, passed in 2020, in its article 370, sets out the principles of torture. Evidence obtained with resort to torture is not admitted in court. The Constitution also prohibits the extradition of foreign citizens to countries where they may be victims of torture and also the death penalty. And we have data that we can share with the Commission in this regard. With regard to policy mechanisms, we have legislation and policies on this. Independent oversight, the access of legal assistance and doctors to prisons to be able to oversee possible acts of torture that may take place within prisons. Our legislation also allows the right for compensation and rehabilitation of the victim in the case of torture or inhumane or degrading treatment. The National Human Rights Strategy establishes the need to report and accountability of our law enforcement agents. As a preventative measures, we have a broad training program with the Ministry of Interior and the National Police Services to train law enforcement agents. In addition to these trainings, we also have a partnership for trainings conducted by NGOs. We have the Center for Human Rights and Citizenship of the Catholic University in Angola, and also the Ministry of Justice. I would also like to mention that Angola has submitted this year its initial report for the implementation of the Convention Against Torture, and we can share with the Commissioner. In this report, we make reference to some cases that where there was sentencing of agents that were accused of torture and also compensation for the respective victims under Article 75 of our Criminal Code. Honorable Chair, Honorable Commissioner, Rapporteur, this is the information from Angola in relation to the fight and prevention against torture. Thank you.
Thank you, both delegations, Angola and Egypt. Angola this year has submitted its report on the Convention Against Torture, and Commissioner Hatton can use that document. Egypt has confirmed that all prisoners benefit from their fundamental rights. Commissioner Hatton will have the opportunity of coming back to this in his concluding remarks. Now, non-governmental organizations that I have on my list are AFCOF 372. Are you here? SIN
for the prevention of torture in Africa. As noted by Honourable Commissioner Hatem, we also take note of and welcome the judgment of Obianuju and others versus the Federal Republic of Nigeria, delivered by the ECOWAS Court of Justice on the 10th of July 2024. As commissioners are aware, the court found Nigeria in violation of Article 5 of the Charter on the prohibition of torture in the disruption and dispersal of protest at the Lekki Toll Plaza on the 20th and 21st of October 2020. Specifically, the court found the evidence before it establishes a state of fear and anxiety and psychological distress that amounts to torture perpetrated by the disproportionate acts of the respondent's agents. The judgment of torture in an extrajudicial setting by the African Court echoes recent thinking at the UN Rights Council. In its resolution 2538, the Council expressed concern about the use of torture and cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment against persons exercising their freedoms of peaceful assembly or expression and of association. Similarly, the UN Committee Against Torture has repeatedly held that police brutality and excessive use of force outside of the context of detention can fall within its purview. The former UN Special Rapporteur on Torture, Professor Novak, in 2005 and 2010, examined extracustodial use of force from the perspective of the absolute prohibition of torture and stated that if the use of force is not necessary, and in particular circumstances of the case disproportional to the purpose achieved, it amounts to cruel or inhumane treatment. Further elaborating on extrajudicial scope of the prohibition, Meltzer, in his 2017 report, concluded that failure to take all precautions practically possible in the planning, preparation and conduct of law enforcement operations increases the risk of unnecessary or disproportionate force being used and in principle breaches the state's obligations to prevent cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. Honourable Commissioners, while we welcome the judgment, we are also disappointed that the Court, when considering appropriate redress, did not consider imposing measures on the state to ensure non-repetition. Honourable Commissioners, our continent continues to witness violent responses to protest action by authorities. In a recent monitoring report by the Independent Policing Oversight Authority of Kenya to the anti-finance bill protests, the oversight body reports that on 26 June 2024, tear gas was thrown by police officers into a bus carrying persons alleged to be travelling to join the protest action. In our opinion, this, if true, can only be described as excessive use of force. The excessive nature of the force, the inappropriate use of the equipment, and the assumed intention of the action could therefore also possibly be described and be judged as torture, cruel, inhumane treatment or punishment. In conclusion, therefore, Chairperson, we would like the CPTA to urge states to uphold their obligation to prevent torture where it occurs. We further call on the CPTA to promote the provisions of non-repetition as set out in the Commission's General Comment Number 4 on the right to redress for victims of torture, cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. Among others, we urge the CPTA to call on states to establish effective and clear instructions and to provide continued training to public officials, including law enforcement. Further, to review laws and reform those contributing to the increased risk of torture, cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. J'appelle now École now Danish Institute, Ahmed Mefré, numéro 566. Danish Institute. Danish Institute? Ils ne sont pas là? OK. Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, Roselyne Andy, numéro 329.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
2 minutes, please.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Commissioners, State Delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as Zetele Chara, we present the statement on torture. We would like to encourage the government of Zimbabwe to fully implement the recommendations of this Honorable Commission in its concluding observations and recommendations on the implementation of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights in the 2007 to the 2019 Zimbabwe government report, and the initial report on the protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the rights of women in Africa in the 2008 to 2019 Zimbabwe government report. This statement, Honorable Chairperson, highlights a distressing pattern of torture or cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment against pro-democracy activists and HRDs in violation of the Robben Island guidelines for the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa and several regional and international instruments. ZLHR notes with grave concern several incidences of torture or cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment of HRDs perpetrated by state security agents. ZLHR has provided emergency legal support to HRDs who have been victims of various forms of torture. In June 2024, Jamison Timber and 77 others were arrested in Harare, Zimbabwe, whilst commemorating the International Day of the African Child. During their arrest, they were subjected to various forms of abuse, torture, cruel or inhuman treatment. In addition, in July 2024, Namatai Kwekweza, Samuel Gwenzi, Robson Chere were forcibly ejected from an aeroplane at the Robert Gabriel Mugabe International Airport by unknown individuals. They were kept incommunicado for nearly 8 hours before their lawyers were granted access to them. They were subjected again to various forms of psychological and physical torture. Medical doctors who attended to one of the enforcedly disappeared Robson Chere highlighted that he was at a very high risk of acute kidney failure due to the severe torture that had been perpetrated on him. ZLHR also notes and commends and applauds the government of Zimbabwe for putting in place the legal framework which allows victims of torture, cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment to raise complaints against state actors for torture or ill treatment that they would have suffered. ZLHR further commends the operationalization of the Independent Complaints Commission against state security agents. However, ZLHR remains concerned at the lack of prompt and effective investigations into allegations of torture and ill treatment by state security agents. On the conditions of detention, the detention conditions at several prison facilities have deteriorated significantly, such that the conditions are no longer consistent with human dignity. Prison facilities, particularly the Harare Remand Prison and Chikurubi Maximum Prison, which is the largest maximum prison in Zimbabwe, are overcrowded. Clearly, the official capacity levels have been exceeded. We also are concerned by many HRDs who have been detained at the maximum prison as a way of subjecting them to inhuman and degrading treatment. ZLHR again remains concerned that the government of Zimbabwe has not taken steps to expressly criminalize torture, despite this Honorable Commission making this recommendation in its 2022 concluding observations and recommendations. We are also concerned that despite again this Honorable Commission making a recommendation in the 2022 concluding observations and recommendations, the government has not ratified international instruments against torture. This has created an enabling environment for perpetrators of torture to continue torturing unarmed citizens through lack of accountability. Zimbabwe again has not yet ratified the protocol to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, which established the African Court on Human and People's Rights. Therefore, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights urges this Honorable Commission and the government of Zimbabwe to ensure that all state actors cease perpetrating acts of torture, cruel, inhuman and degrading treatment and punishment against HRDs, to investigate all allegations of torture and ill treatment promptly, impartially and effectively, and finally to ratify regional and international instruments against torture, including the UN Convention Against Torture and the declaration there to accepting the jurisdiction of the Committee Against Torture. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Independent Medical Legal Unit, Simon Malenia, numéro 450.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
3 minutes, please respect the time, 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I read this statement on behalf of survivors of torture in Africa. On 24th, 25th, and 26th September, we, the survivors of torture, families, and affected communities of 14 African countries, met in Nairobi, Kenya, to share experiences and opinions with the UN Special Rapporteur Against Torture, Dr. Alice Edwards, and became active actors of the global anti-torture movement. We are mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, grandparents, good friends, active members of our communities, affirming our agency and support and solidarity with each other and other survivors of torture. We are tired of being humiliated, tortured, disappeared, and killed by agents of our states based on groundless accusations because of who we are, based on our gender, ethnicity, race, nationality, class, right to control our bodies, opinions, political positions, and sexual orientations. We are outraged that our families, friends, and communities are targeted and that we are treated as criminals, vandals of terrorists by the people in charge of our protection and security. All these actions destroy our lives, stigmatize us, leave us with physical and psychological wounds, in economic ruin, and with our families and communities broken. It leaves us isolated from our families, friends, communities, very alone. We are disappointed that the long road we have traveled in search of justice, truth, reparation, and non-repetition has led to concrete results that even when national, regional, or international courts and mechanisms order justice and reparation, there is absolutely no action. We are convinced that no circumstances, terrorism, war, electoral contest, protest should be considered as an exceptional excuse to tolerate torture in Africa. United as survivors of torture and multiple other human rights violations, we decide to create our own network of torture survivors in Africa, and we raise our voice to demand that our states take serious action to end torture and rehabilitate us on our continent. We declare today that we want to live in dignity in our own countries, in the land of our ancestors. Our quick call to African states is to end torture, ill treatment, and related human rights violations so that our continent may become the first torture-free region. Ensure that our work is implemented with active involvement of survivors, ratify and effectively implement international regional human rights treaties and adopt national legislation that criminalize torture, ensure victims get reparations, implement decisions by international, regional, and national courts, and issue public apologies to torture survivors. For international regional mechanisms, Mr. Chair, and I'm ending, we provide us timely and clear information about the status of our cases and create spaces where survivors and victims can present our testimonies. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Rakeb Messele Abera, numéro de... Non, ce n'est pas pour torture. On finit avec les ONG et il n'y a plus de demande de parole chez les États. Je vais demander au commissaire Hatem de présenter les observations finales en tenant compte de vos observations. Bien, commissaire Hatem.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, pour la parole.
I'd like to thank the honorable state representatives and distinguished representatives of non-government organizations for their statements and for enriching this debate on the state of torture in Africa. I would like to thank Madam Minister of Angola for the information she has shared with this commission, and we'll take that into account. In the upcoming days, we'll listen to our brothers and sisters from Angola as they present their country report, so that if they have any further information, we would like to hear about that. Now, with regards to the distinguished representative of Egypt, he informed us about certain pertinent observations. We have no doubt at the Commission that you have rich legislation in Egypt on the prohibition of torture and reparations, and the fact not taking into account testimonies that have been taken under torture. So we hope this will inspire other countries. But then sometimes, like in any human endeavor, there are excesses. The law is one thing, but the practice on the ground sometimes, under certain circumstances, may be excesses. But we are always open to take into account the observations of our states and to review whether there are any errors in the report that need to be amended. We appreciated the intervention of our partner, Mr. Shintet of APCOP, on what happens in some countries, but more so his recommendations were timely, and we note the excesses, and some of his recommendations are already contained in the report that I presented, and these recommendations are targeted at states. And the last speaker spoke about what happens in Zimbabwe under African states, and the additional to what we have said on the state of torture on the continent. They all know that the fight has to go on, and in terms of prevention of torture in our states, through training, as I said the other day, and through education and training of our law enforcement agencies, our magistrates, and our prison agents. I would like to thank everybody for their patience and for listening to this report. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I give you back the floor. Commissioner Hatem for the presentation of this report on behalf of the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa. Thank you to the states, NGOs, and HRIs that interacted with this mechanism. Now, with pleasure, we call upon the chairperson of the working group on older persons and persons with disabilities, Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, to take the floor for 15 minutes and present the report of this working group. Commissioner, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. Distinguished participants, I'll present to you my salutations. My report, activity report, is now going to present during the intersession in my capacity as Commissioner at the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, and within the framework of the special mechanisms that are under my purview. The first part of the report, I did a summary, which would allow us to go quickly, and so that I will be overtaken by time. It is presented on the occasion of the 81st session and covers the period between the 79th and 84th sessions from May 12, 2024 to October 16, 2024, and summarizing the activity undertaken as part of my mandates. I participated in the activities outlined in the work plan of the African Commission, and I pursued the two objectives and strategy regarding the working group on older persons and rights of people with disabilities, namely to have a clear vision of the situation of PWD on the continent and to secure the entry into force of the two protocols concerning them. My report consists of 3 parts as usual. For part 1, an overview of my general activities as Commissioner and those specifically related to my various thematic mandates, and secondly, I will give an overview of my observations regarding the human rights situation in the countries within my country rapporteur portfolio, and thirdly, I will make recommendations. With regards to the first part, and regarding my general activities as a commissioner, I participated in the 79th and 88th sessions of the ACHPR. Yesterday, I represented President of the ACHPR at the hybrid celebration 10th anniversary of the Malabo Protocol in Addis in June 25, 2024. I took part, along with the commissioners, in the inter-mechanism dialogue between the African Commission and the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, July 10, 13, 14, and 16 in Washington, D.C. I participated the President of African Commission at the event of Pan-African Parliament on September 18, 2024. Regarding my activities within the special mechanism to which I belong, I must clarify that the special task force of which I am the Vice Chair could not meet due to time constraints. The Task Force on Indigenous Peoples and Minorities and the Committee on the Protection of the Rights of People living with HIV did not hold any activities that I participated in. For the working group on communications, I have already presented a separate report, and all that is left is the working group on older persons and disabled. Regarding the activities, on May 20, 2024, Honorable Commissioner Sow, a member of the Work Task Force, participated on my behalf. I thank him in a panel organized by ECOSAC during the 79th session on the theme The Right to Education and the Establishment of Educational Systems Adopted for the Persons with Disabilities. The Commissioner will certainly elaborate on this in their own report. During the 88th session, the mandate and composition of Task Force on Persons with Disabilities were renewed by Resolution 589/2024, and we welcome new members for the West and Southern Africa regions, namely Dr. Ali Jubamba and Mr. Andrew Kavala. Commissioners and experts for Central, Eastern, and Northern Africa were retained. From 13 to 14 June 2024, the legal officer supporting the task force, Mr. Maison Bruno, presented on my instructions an overview at a meeting of experts with the Office of the High Commission for Human Rights regarding states' obligations concerning violence, mistreatment, and negligence towards the elderly in all contexts. This activity took place online. From 1st October 2024, Honorable Commissioner Mulford Mandenga, Vice Chair of this working group, participated alongside the task force expert for Central Africa, Mr. Badugi Patrick, in the Conference on Disability and the Peace Summit on Disability organized by the African Disability Forum on the theme Persons Living with Disabilities in a Post-Pandemic World, Redefining Inclusive Development and the Humanitarian Agenda in Africa. Close quotes. This previously presented report by Vice Chair focused on the significant activity. I'd like to thank these two members of the task force for their commitment. The ACHPR Secretary and I prepared for celebration of the entry into force of Protocol on the Rights of PWD, which took place on the context of a panel presented here. Additionally, the task force continued to work on finalizing its report on the situation of people, older persons, and persons with disabilities on the continent. I would like to thank the states of the Union that positively responded to our request for information. I encourage others to do the same so that we can gather accurate information on this matter. We have a validation workshop in late November 2024. The working group on the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities published various press releases and other statements to announce the effective deposit of instruments of ratification and to commemorate international days. We continue to advocate for the ratification of the protocols. For example, Honorable Commissioner Lita Muzuma Ogana, the country report for the Gambia, and I sent a congratulating letter to the Gambia for the parliamentary vote to ratify the two protocols. We have advocated for the subsequent submission of instruments and hope this will be effective before the end of this session. I am pleased to announce that this protocol on the rights of persons with older persons has also received the necessary 15 ratification for its entry into force, which will be effective according to Legal Counsel's Office of the AU on November 6, 2024. The last deposit was done by the Federal Republic of Nigeria, whom we congratulate on and continue to congratulate here. Now I refer to the human rights situation in the countries under my responsibility: Angola, Burundi, Congo, DRC, and Gabon. With regards to the Republic of Angola, on the general protection of human rights, I am pleased to inform you that in my capacity as country rapporteur for Angola, I was able to participate in a fact-finding mission to that country during the intercession. This mission followed on from commitments made by the Angolan delegation since 73rd ordinary session in the third quarter of 2022. I have referred to this commitment in my previous reports, and we have worked relentlessly to make this mission a reality. The event took place from 3rd to 6th September under excellent conditions, for which I would like to thank the Angolan government and its technical ministerial departments who worked to ensure the success of this important event. The Commission's delegation was led by Honorable Commissioner Reni Ngoilumu. In addition to myself and Chairperson, the delegation included Honorable Commissioner Maria Teresa Manuela. 2 press releases, one before and one after the mission, are available on the Commission's website, giving further details on the activity, including the Commission's preliminary observations pending the adoption of the detailed report. I can therefore confirm that the collaboration between the Commission and this country through my role as country rapporteur and in accordance with the Charter has been excellent. Moreover, Angola will present its periodic report at this session. I would in no way wish to spoil the solemnity of the Commission's constitution of the country by presenting the results of my monitoring of human rights situation in this state party at this stage of the intercession. Indeed, Angola submitted 8 and 9 combined report and initial report on the Maputo Koro, which will be examined at this session. As we all know, the examination of a periodic report by the Commission is an opportunity for both parties to discuss constructively the progress made and the points that need to be improved on in the human rights situation of the country under review. The discussion touches on the realities covered by the reporting period and those of the moment. For this reason, I leave those involved in this exercise to provide us with the details of general human rights situation in Angola, and I congratulate the state part for its effort to fulfill the reporting obligations under the Charter and the Maputo Protocol. I have no doubt that the recommendations resulting from the review will be implemented in good faith. On the issue of rights of older persons and persons with different disabilities, as reported in my previous session reports, the Republic of Angola has signed, ratified, and deposited instruments of ratification of the 2 protocols relating to older persons and the people with disabilities, thus identified as one of the countries that will be my champion in my vision of intervention following the re-entry into force of the protocols. Now, Republic of Burundi, with regard to general protection of human rights. During this session, Burundi officially responded favorably to the request fact-finding mission that have been making ever since I was appointed country rapporteur for the state party at the beginning of the second half of 2020. I have therefore indicated my availability to carry out this mission in either March or April 2025, and I will await confirmation of either of these dates or any other dates proposed by the authorities of the country. I would like to thank them for this authorization. I have no doubt that this mission will help clarify a number of warnings that I have raised here in my previous intercession reports. Similarly, I will be able to observe on the ground the positive developments, human rights that I have mentioned in my reports over the years, so that I can share them as good practice from a posture of strength. I'd like to also note and welcome the presidential pardon of 14 August 2024 granted to the journalist Florian Irangabiye, which I mentioned in my previous report. She was released from prison on 16 August 2024 as a result of this pardon, which is a step in the direction of peaceful solutions that I have always called for with regard to this agreement between the Burundian actors on the management of public affairs. As a reminder, the latter, who was served a 10-year prison sentence for a conviction in January 2020 for undermining Burundi's national integrity in connection with the online media radio Igika Niro, had her conviction upheld by the Cassation Chamber of Burundi's Supreme Court on February 2024. During the session, I was able to closely monitor the challenges posed by the Mpox epidemic in the country and efforts made by the country to contain the problem. Indeed, Burundi is one of the countries most affected by this epidemic, with the highest statistics in the sub-region. While thanking those of you who have already donated and pledged or donate, I call on partners and donors to help this country mobilize the $19 million needed for the response plan drawn by the government to combat this pandemic. Furthermore, the general trend of the human rights situation in Burundi, as reported in my previous reports, is still ongoing, and there are numerous challenges with regard to the protection of human rights, in particular of human rights defenders, despite the general law observed following the emergence of a new government and its proclaimed openness to external partners, including the country's election to the Human Rights Council for the period 2024-2026. On the rights of older persons and persons with disabilities, Burundi has ratified protocols on the rights of older persons and people with disabilities and deposited instruments of ratification on 4 July 2022. Therefore, as mentioned in the case of ANO, we need to prepare the full implementation of the protocols. I am at the disposal of states concerned to support immediate, short, medium, and long-term actions in this regard. This is an important part of my vision and 3-year action plan, which has been submitted to the general budget process of the African Union. Now, with regards to the Republic of Congo, on the general protection of human rights, as constantly mentioned in my previous reports, the absence of an open security crisis in Congo means the promotion and protection and human rights is relatively calm. However, the points of concern identified in previous reports and discussed with the country in international human rights monitoring fora, such as the 4th cycle of the Universal Periodic Review in January 2002 persist. These include the need to address as soon as possible issues such as the absence of a specific legal framework for the protection of human rights offenders, the underrepresentation of women in decision-making bodies, allegations of self-censorship by the media and the other human rights offenders due to restrictions on civil space, allegations of the practice of torture, conditions in the country's 17 pieces which fall short of international standards, the continued deterioration of living conditions of the less well-off population with a disturbing unemployment rate. In addition, the government faces challenges ensuring that industrial companies respect human rights given the negative impact they have on the environment, living conditions, and the health of the people living near the installations. There have also been recent reports of the existence of political prisoners whose release is being sought by civil society organizations. All this information or all these allegations and echoes deserve to be confronted on the ground by a fact-finding mission, which I have been asking for from the Congolese government for a long time. I hope that the authorization will be granted for the 2025 and that Congo will submit its periodic report on time. On the specific rights of older persons and persons with disability, the Republic of Congo has not signed and ratified the protocol of the rights of people with disabilities. The instruments of ratification were deposited on 3rd April 2024, making it the 15th state party to this treaty. At the same time, it enabled the protocol to enter into force on 3rd May 2024. I sent a press release on this matter and reiterate my commendation to this country for entering this historic moment. I reiterate my appeal to the Republic of Congo to ratify the protocol on the rights of older persons in accordance with the constitutional legal guarantee for older persons and persons with disabilities in this country. Indeed, as mentioned in my previous report, Article 31 of the Constitution of Congo, Republic of Congo, older persons are entitled to protective measures. Now, with regards to general protection of human rights, after the euphoria of recent elections, for which I co-signed a letter of congratulations to the elected president, there are still major challenges ahead.
Press release dated 28 May 2024, I condemned and deplored the attempted coup d'etat that took place during the night of 18 to 19 May. This incident drew attention to the volatile nature of the country's political and social microcosm and calls for heightened vigilance on all parts to resolve all divergences of opinion on management of public affairs by peaceful and democratic means. I refer to the ongoing violent conflict in the East, mainly between the government forces and the M23 armed group. More than 120 armed groups have also been identified in this part of the country, causing millions of victims in their quest for the mineral resources. This conflict has had an extremely devastating impact on human rights of the civil population. The statistics are appalling. 7 million internally displaced people, many of whom would be beyond the reach of humanitarian assistance in one of the world's largest humanitarian crises. Nevertheless, I welcome the various peace efforts that have been made, including the ceasefire agreed at the end of July 2024 between Rwanda and DRC, thanks to Angolan mediation. I urge all the parties to adhere strictly to it in order to put an end to the fighting and to the long list of innocent victims and serious human rights violations caused by this war. I also take note of the tragedy at the Makala prison on the 9th of 1st to the 2nd September 2024 when 131 inmates died after an escape attempt. This prison, built in 1957 for a population of 1,500, was actually housing during this drama 15,000 prisoners. This untenable situation led to the tragedy, and it is fortunate that the authorities responded by initiating a wave of releases, the largest of which reached 1,600 in September 2024. I congratulate the government on these measures and encourage them to find lasting solutions, both within the legal framework and through the construction of detention centers and adequate rehabilitation of prisons. I will prepare with the rapporteur on prisons a letter of concern to the government with a view to receiving the official version of this strategy. I would also like to remind you of the shipwrecks in the country's navigable waters I have referred to in my previous reports, with the intention of doing everything in my power to prevent the recurrence of such disasters. Unfortunately, I know that at least 2 such accidents have occurred during the interseason. This resulted in 18 deaths, other in 78. This is a good opportunity to reiterate once again the need to take drastic action on this issue, which is actually a consequence of the ongoing war in the east of the country. People are forced to use river routes which are safer than land routes controlled by the armed gangs. Furthermore, I am also closely following the monkeypox health crisis in the DRC, and I congratulate the government on its efforts to contain this epidemic. To date, the DRC accounts for 96% of cases and 97% of deaths on the continental level. Furthermore, the enjoyment of fundamental freedoms remain a challenge in the DRC, as evidenced by the joint appeal letter I sent with the Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders on 30th September 2024. This concerned the detention of 5 human rights defenders at the Goma Muzense Central Precinct, allegedly for defending the rights of families to access land in the Rusuru and the Masisi territories. I call upon the authorities to respond to this urgent appeal if they have not already done so, and to comply with the recommendations contained therein. I urge them to uphold the highest standards of protection of fundamental rights and fundamental freedoms in all circumstances. Finally, I would like to remind you of the request for a fact-finding mission to this country, which will allow for dialogue on the ground with the state and the relevant actors on these various human rights issues. I consider this mission as a priority in my capacity as country rapporteur for DRC, and I call on the authorities of the country to respond favorably and officially to this request for a fact-finding mission. On the issues of people, of elderly people and people living with people with disabilities, the DRC has not signed the protocol in view of the human rights situation in the country, and taking into account the country's legal framework with regard to these two categories of vulnerable persons, there is need for the country to ratify these two protocols. Indeed, these instruments are the best way to ensure their protection against multiple vulnerabilities to which they are exposed in the context of multifaceted crises that take place in the DRC. Now, finally, I would deal with the Gabonese Republic. On the issue of general protection of human rights, in my previous report, I noted that the authorities of the day were demonstrating the political will to uphold the sanctity of human rights, even in exceptional circumstances of their country. This was after I had reminded them, on the one hand, of the principle of the continuity of state and the responsibility of any government to comply strictly with international obligations in force, and on the other hand, to take all the necessary measures to ensure that no exceptional circumstances could have a negative impact on the respect and protection of human and people's rights in their country under their governance. The current process of returning Gabon to constitutional normality and the heated discussions on the draft new constitution must remain within the above framework in order to bring the whole process to a conclusion as soon as possible with strict adherence to fundamental rights. It is incumbent as the country rapporteur, I can assure you that the new constitution of Gabon will be submitted to referendum before the end of 2024. I hope that these deadlines will be met and that the population will be free to make their choice. The adoption and entry into force of a new constitution will pave the way for a return to constitutional normality, which, according to all the standards recognized and accepted by moral state, will guarantee better promotion and protection of human rights referred to in the said draft constitution. Indeed, the preamble refers to the 1789 Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen, the 1948 Universal Declaration, and our African Charter of 81. What's more, Chapter 1 of the Title 1 guarantees fundamental rights and freedoms. The country rapporteur is therefore of the opinion that with this optimistic outlook, Gabon can look forward to a promising future with promotion and protection of human rights with optimism. This would allow to overcome the challenges including problem of prison overcrowding, allegations of torture, and more generally, the difficulties in meeting the state's obligation towards the population in respect of their economic, social, and cultural rights. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my continued interest in the materialization of the fact-finding mission that the Commission has agreed with this country, and obviously I am open to practical discussions to this end. On the issues of the rights of people, elderly people and people living with disability, Gabon has signed 2 protocols. Now what remains is ratification. I have finished with the situation of the countries under my purview. Let me now go to the recommendations. My recommendations below are, for most part, similar to those formulated in my previous reports, and I call upon the member states of the African Union and state parties to the African Charter. Number 1, to ratify, for those who have not yet done so, the 2 protocols on the rights of older persons and people with disabilities. I will also call them to kindly contribute to the initial report on the situation of the rights of older persons and people with disabilities in Africa, which is being prepared by my working group. I have said so. Note verbal have been sent to the country, and countries that have not received the note verbal, I am available to give them copies. I also call upon the states to, with regard to countries of which I am rapporteur and which have not yet hosted such a mission since my appointment as a rapporteur, so I will request them, urge them to authorize and facilitate this promotion mission. I can see that DRC is looking at me. Yes, please authorize this promotion mission so that we can come and discuss. I would also call upon the countries, furthermore, with respect to countries for which I am rapporteur and whose human rights situations have been identified in this very report, so I call upon them to give us their version and reading of this analysis so that we can work closely together to improve the human rights performance and also share the best practices in this area. Now, to the African Union, I urge it to provide the Commission with an adequate budget to enable it to discharge its mission effectively and fulfill its mandate. I invite our partners and donors to intensify their multifaceted support to the Commission in the effective implementation of its mandate to achieve the Africa that we want. In conclusion, as I normally do at the end of my intercession reports, I would like to thank all the people and structures who spared no effort to support the Commission in its mission in general, and also to support the working group on the rights of elderly people and people living with disabilities in the implementation of its mandate. In particular, I urge all these stakeholders to continue in this spirit of cooperation in order to achieve our common goal of promoting and protecting human rights in Africa. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, for the presentation of these 2 reports on elderly persons and people living with disabilities in our continent. Can I state delegates, Angola and Algeria? Angola, then Algeria.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, Honorable Lumbo. Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, we would like to thank you for the kind words towards Angola on behalf of our delegation and our people in general. We believe that together we can work to improve the situation of human rights in Angola and in Africa in general. In regards your mandate as rapporteur on this sector, Angola, as you mentioned, we ratified the Charter on Human Rights and People's Rights, especially dedicated to the rights of the elderly. And in our legislation,
we are trying to implement this legislation. Our Ministry of Women and Gender issue is the ministry responsible on that. In social action, we also have a team that is working tirelessly to cater for the specific needs of the elderly. In regards people with disability, allow me to say that we also ratified the respective protocol and the charter, especially relating to the rights of the elderly. Angola presented as well within the United Nations our initial report. We met the UN committee in 2023, and during your visit in Luanda, we had the opportunity to share this report. We are working tirelessly in following the recommendations that were made concerning us by the UN on that matter. Allow me to thank the Commission and the delegation for the promotion visit that was undertaken to Angola during the month of September. I promise that we will follow the recommendations, those that are in your final communique, just like we did first when we received your visit in 2016. The dialogue with the Commission is going to continue, and we are also going to work with the national mechanism, state mechanism, non-state mechanism, work with them, and we are implementing our strategy on human rights. Of course, we are faced with major challenges in general, but we believe that the first step in order to solve those challenges is to acknowledge the existence of challenges and issues and problems, thus making it easier for us to synergize in order to overcome them. In this session, Angola will have the opportunity to share with the commissioners our report. This is the report of 2023. We are going to update some information related to the situation of human rights in Angola. We remain open for that, and we thank you very much for the work that you have been undertaking. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Algeria, you have the floor.
For the protection and promotion of older persons and people with disability. Indeed, the state's social policy is implemented through measures aimed at strengthening the protection of the most vulnerable populations, illustrating the state's commitment to consolidating its social programs and ensuring increased solidarity through targeted actions. Regarding the promotion of the elderly, the Algerian Constitution enshrines the right of the elderly, and the law number 1012 enhances their social status by providing care measures and social support mechanisms, as well as penal provisions criminalizing abuse against them. In October 2024, a draft law relating to the protection of the elderly was finalized. The text includes provisions aimed at strengthening the social protection of older persons, promoting their integration, and diversifying care mechanisms, in accordance with constitutional and relevant international legal frameworks, in particular the SDGs. Institutional care for older persons in difficult situations is guaranteed by the state through 32 homes for the elderly, which offer 2 types of care: permanent care and day care. Each year, the state provides financial allocations intended to the implementation of 4 social assistance programs for the protection of the elderly at home and support for vulnerable families and for descendants responsible for the care of their ascendant, with the view to ensuring their continued care within their family environment. These measures are as follows. home assistance and care measures for approximately 4,000 beneficiaries, aid and care measures for economically challenged descendants in charge of their ascendant for approximately 3,200 beneficiaries, acquisition of specific equipment and devices for the benefit of the elderly with 2,000 beneficiaries, and finally, organization of leisure activity camps for around 3,000 beneficiaries. Finally, through the revision of the law on the protection of the elderly, the Algerian state endeavors to strengthen the economic integration of the elderly in order to promote their empowerment. Regarding people with disability, Algeria pursues a holistic policy aimed at ensuring their integration in the fields of education, professional training, and social programs. With regard to education for children with disabilities, specialized educational and professional programs are carried out by 239 specialized establishments through programs adapted to the specificity of each disability. Appropriate measures are taken to ensure educational, pedagogical, psychological, and health services. During the 2023-24 school years, the total number of children in care reached approximately 34,000 children with disabilities. The government has adopted a new approach based on the economic integration of people with disabilities through the creation of more than 1,500 adapted professional micro-projects through the National Microcredit Management Agency. Furthermore, persons with disability without economical resources benefit monthly from a financial allowance provided by the state to 300,000 persons. Moreover, persons with disabilities benefit from social protection coverage and free transport or reduced fares for their transportation in accordance with national law requirements. In addition, devices, equipment, and technical aids intended for persons with disability coming from economically challenged families are provided by the Algerian government to approximately 23,000 persons with disability which are adapted to their disability. In conclusion, we believe that through these global and appropriately financed measures, Algeria emerges as a champion African state in the promotion, the protection, and the integration of older persons and persons with disabilities. And I thank you.
Merci beaucoup. République démocratique du Congo.
Merci, Monsieur le Président de la Commission
of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights for giving me the floor. Honorable Commissioners, Honorable Commissioner Marie-Louise Abomo, Country Rapporteur, I would first and foremost like to thank you for your report, which is clear, but with respect to some issues, we would like to make some clarifications, especially with respect to the prison situations in Makala. What we are saying is that DRC has put in place a system to water down the prison population, but also we have taken the resolution to build new prisons in the city of Kinshasa so that the prisoners so yes, with respect to the shipwrecks on the lakes, here also the DRC has taken measures, especially by making it mandatory for all the passengers to put on life vests before they board the boats. But DRC has also taken the measure not to allow the boats to navigate during the night, because it is mostly at night that such shipwrecks happen. With respect to the request for a fact-finding mission, we have taken due note, and we would like to assure you that this message, this concern of the Commission will be on pass to the government. With respect to the various recommendations, we would like to reassure you that the Democratic Republic of Congo has taken due note of all the recommendations and will do all within its powers to work on them and take them into account as soon as possible. You have also talked about the situation of fundamental rights vis-a-vis human rights defenders. We would like to indicate that in the DRC, the legislation on the protection of human rights defenders was enacted in 2023. And human rights defenders are also obliged to adhere to this legislation, because this legislation is not only applicable to some individuals and not others. So in that regard, we submit that, yes, with respect to people living with disabilities, we are submitting that the DRC has implemented a series of mechanisms and strategies to assist people living with disabilities to live a normal life akin to the other people. So thus we have submitted the final report on the implementation of the Convention relating to people living with disabilities. We have submitted this in Geneva. We have put in place initiatives, especially the preparation of the national strategy for the empowerment and the dissemination of the organic law with a view to guiding the actions and the activities with all the stakeholders. Also, preparation of the ministry with people living with disabilities of several projects. The ministries have put in place several projects in terms of implementation of the organic law, not only to decrease, but ruling that have been taken in that regard. Yes, there is a dedicated ministry to cater for the needs of people with disabilities, and there are other specialized centers that have been put in place to assist people with disabilities so that they would benefit from all their rights. With respect to elderly persons, the Democratic Republic of Congo would like to submit that it adopted the strategy of universal health coverage, which allows the elderly persons to have access to health care without any type of discrimination. Thank you for your submission, Zimbabwe.
Report by the chairperson of the Committee on the Prevention of Torture in Africa and the statement by the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights. My government acknowledges the important role that special mandate holders at the African Commission play in promoting and protecting human rights globally. However, my delegation notes with concern the increasing tendency by some of these special mandate holders to act as courts of first instance, potentially undermining the role, undermining the local legal remedies available to the citizens within their own countries. Accordingly, the actions of special mandate holders must be aligned with the principle of subsidiarity, allowing national legal systems to function effectively as the primary avenue for justice. My government has also noted the disturbing pattern by some non-state actors to deliberately and mischievously portray anarchy by giving false information to this commission and relevant mandate holders. To put the record straight, Mr. Chair, my delegation reiterated earlier on that arrest of individuals alleged to have committed a criminal offense is the purview of the police and not the executive. We are concerned with the submission of the special rapporteur that certain arrested people were tortured and placed under inhuman and degrading treatment by authority This has come without substantiated evidence of any reports to that effect. Exaggeration of facts, like if I could quote that, they say Namatai, who had recently had a dental procedure, was attacked by one of the unknown individuals who shoved his shoe and metal bar into a mouth. One would wonder how big Namatai's mouth is, unless if it is that of a crocodile. No official complaints against the police were raised by the accused on initial appearance or any time thereafter. The court record of proceedings bear testimony. Mr. Chairperson, on the issue of prison conditions, my government recently embarked on a series of reforms aimed at improving prison conditions and addressing overcrowding. Annually, the government has taken strides to reduce prison population through presidential amnesty whenever the prison population exceeds holding capacity. As of 20 August 2024, the population dropped from 21,949 inmates to 19,462 inmates following the latest amnesty in April 2024. Amnesty has benefited 12,507 inmates between 2021 and 2024. One other key initiative in this regard is the construction of 2 modernized smart prisons in Gwanda and Urungwe, which are to take place soon. The new smart prisons are expected to ease overcrowding by increasing capacity and improving living conditions for prisoners. These modern facilities are equipped with better sanitation, enhanced security features, and more spacious living quarters. The government of Zimbabwe also embarked on income-generating and skills program, imparting entrepreneurial and trade skills training programs to rehabilitated inmates aimed at reducing recidivism. Programs such as agriculture, motor mechanics, clothing technology, carpentry, and education engaged 14,378 inmates in July 2024 alone. This equips inmates with skills for post-release employment, reducing chances of re-offending. The legal and infrastructural reforms being undertaken in Zimbabwe's prison system reflects the country's growing commitment to improving prison conditions, reducing overcrowding, and enhancing the rehabilitation of inmates. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, in spite of these concerted efforts by government to guarantee and safeguard human and people's rights, my country has been under siege from hostile capitals, as well as some sponsored NGOs, CSOs, and individuals who, after failing to secure sympathy for their anti-government agendas on the domestic arena, have renewed their onslaught on the international arena. These elements, regrettably, are now capitalizing and abusing international and regional platforms to scandalize my country's image through portraying an unfounded, deteriorating human rights situation under the Second Republic in Zimbabwe. I submit, Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence, pour votre intervention. J'appelle, il est 13h29. Théoriquement, il nous reste 1 minute avant de prendre le break. J'appelle le Chopa Human Rights Commission. Rakeb Messele Abera, numéro du statut d'affilié 18. You have the floor for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I present HRC's statement in reading on behalf of Rakeb Messele, the Acting Chief Commissioner of the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission. Honorable Mari Luzo Abomo, Chairperson of the Working Group on the Rights of Older Persons and People with Disabilities in Africa, distinguished commissioners and participants, all protocols duly observed. In Ethiopia, with respect to providing and widening access to health care, education, transportation, and other social services for persons with disabilities and older persons, the focus at the national level, including in terms of legal and policy frameworks, resource allocation, and the capacity of personnel, falls short of meeting international human rights standards. Armed conflicts, natural disasters, and displacement exacerbate the situation of persons with disabilities and older persons. Thousands have suffered from temporary or permanent disabilities due to armed conflict and related factors, while many women with disabilities and older persons have lost income and support. Moreover, drought in certain areas of the country, coupled with inadequate access to humanitarian aid, has caused food shortage among many persons with disabilities and older persons. Over the past 3 years, the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission conducted monitoring and advocacy in this area. Its key recommendations include establishing a comprehensive legal framework and implementing a strong administrative structure for effective monitoring and enforcement, ensuring accessibility of educational, justice, and social services facilities across physical, institutional, and informational dimensions, addressing the lack of comprehensive demographic data on persons with disabilities and older persons at regional as well as national levels to accurately assess issues and implement appropriate measures, including during humanitarian situations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, Mr. Rakeb Mesele Abera. Je vais retourner la parole à l'honorable commissaire Marie-Louise Aboumou.
Marie-Louise Aboumou for her final observations concerning this interaction with Zimbabwe, Algeria, Angola, and the Human Rights Council of Ethiopia. Commissioner Marie-Louise Aboumou. Thank you for giving me the floor, Honorable Chair. To give my concluding remarks, I'd like to thank the Republic of Angola. Thank them for the kind words and for the useful information and updates that they have given us. We await the periodic report of your country. You do not need to give us a separate document. We'll incorporate that in your periodic report. With regards to Algeria, thank you for all this information that you were already given to us by the document when you responded to the note verbal that we sent to member states. You are one of the first states to respond to our note verbal. We have no doubt that you will be one of the first states to kickstart the continental ratification of our two protocols, older persons and persons with disabilities. Thank you very much. Now, with regards to DRC, thank you for all the information that you have provided us with. I believe that we'll have them in the form of a document, everything that you have imparted, and we'll have a well-developed document, a comprehensive document on the evolutions with regards to the disabled and also older persons. It's important that we get information. Thank you for the information on the drowning in Mahara, for the recommendations, which according to you have taken due note of. We will discuss all that when we have the honor and pleasure of fielding a promotion mission to your country. The Republic of Zimbabwe, she was referring to Committee on Torture, so it did not relate with my mechanisms. The NHRI of Ethiopia, thank you for all the developments that you have outlined. We would like to have a document that we can incorporate this information in our report on the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and I would like to ask you to present my salutations, Madam Rigby, who is an expert in our working group on the rights of older persons and disabled, and member of National Commission of Human Rights of Ethiopia. Thank you, to all the speakers, and thank you to the participants for listening to us, and we do hope that you have heard our message. It is good for us to know about the situation of older persons and disabled persons in Africa, because if getting older is an asset, aging well is the best we can look for. We are all disabled in one form or another. Don't think we're talking about your neighbors when we're talking about this. We're talking about ourselves. And if for us to have the Africa that we want, it has to be inclusive. Now, with regards to the ratification, I am still continuing my advocacy. We had 15 ratification in 3 years. States can do more. We can have continental ratification in 4 years. This last year, you ratify both protocols, and those both protocols are covered at the level of the entire continent. It's on this note of hope that I give the floor back to the Honorable Chair. You said it all. Is right. Before going to out for lunch, I'd like to commend you on behalf of all colleague commissioners. I don't have the member to do so on behalf of the NHRI, states and NGOs, to commend you for the started ratifications that we have garnered thanks to your advocacy. 30 ratifications in 3 years, that is a ratio of 10 ratifications per annum and 1 ratification per month. 1 ratification per month is a record, which has made it possible to obtain 2 protocols that enrich African law on human rights. We have a text on older persons and the rights of people with disabilities. I'd like to thank the delegation of Angola, Algeria, DRC, Angola, for their commitment to implement the recommendations that you made. Algeria, who is a champion for the care for disabled persons, and the prison of Makala, as stated by DRC, and the 2 shipwrecks that happened, and the promotional mission that we plan in Zimbabwe for the right of reply to the report of Commissioner Hatem, President of the Working Group on Torture. We emphasize the idea of subsidiarity and also amnesty and the pardon that the chair has awarded prisoners. The inmate population has gone from 1,000 to 19,000, and then 2 new prisons will be in Gruawa and Guruguri. On this note, I wish you a pleasant afternoon. We take a 1-hour break, and we resume at 14:39. But the Secretariat has some announcements. I wish you play.
Today as follows. The first one is on community rights in extractive sector, revenue sharing, post-mining land use, organized by the Working Group on Extractive Industries from 1 to 2 p.m. in bilateral room 2. The second side event is on transforming education financing to realize the right to education in Africa, organized by a global initiative for economic, social, and cultural rights, to take place from 3 to 4:30 p.m. in the thematic room 2. The last one is the side event on the state of religious rights and freedom in Sudan, organized by American Bar Association, It will take place from 4 to 6:30 p.m. in thematic room 4. Thank you for your kind attention. Bon appétit. Merci.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Mon nom est Selma Sessi Safer, je suis de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire et je suis professeur de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élu membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris mes fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëru doomu Adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les participants à cette 81e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Bienvenue aux délégués des États, bienvenue aux organisations de la société civile, bienvenue aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Cette session est importante. Elle se tient à un moment particulier de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Elle a été précédée par un pré-forum des États, une précession des organisations de la société civile et une précession des INDH. Nous espérons qu'au cours de cette session, l'ensemble des parties prenantes mettront leur intelligence ensemble pour discuter de la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent. Et ensemble avec vous, nous allons adopter les principales résolutions qui vont améliorer la qualité des citoyens africains sur notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Chers délégués, chers collègues, chers invités, je suis Hatem Essayem, président du comité pour la prévention de la torture depuis l'année 2017. C'est avec une grande émotion que nous commémorons aujourd'hui le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et les autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant. L'UNCAT. En tant que président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique, c'est avec humilité que j'ai saisi l'occasion de m'adresser à vous et de réaffirmer notre engagement inébranlable en faveur de la prévention de la torture et des mauvais traitements sur notre continent. Aujourd'hui, je suis fier de souligner l'importance de l'observation générale numéro 4 sur le droit à réparation des victimes de la torture et autres peines un traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, adopté en 2017. Ce document historique fournit des orientations cruciales pour garantir la justice et les réparations aux victimes en reconnaissant leur dignité et leur droit à réparation. En outre, je tiens à souligner l'importance des règles d'Abidjan sur l'établissement et le fonctionnement des mécanismes d'alerte de rapport à la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples sur la situation de torture et autres peines ou traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants. Ces règles constituent un outil essentiel dans nos efforts sélectifs pour renforcer les mécanismes de responsabilisation et prévenir la torture dans toute l'Afrique. Alors que nous commémorons ces anniversaires, nous devons également redoubler d'efforts pour renforcer l'état des droits et promouvoir les droits de l'homme sur notre continent. Grâce au plaidoyer pour renforcement des capacités et à la collaboration avec le gouvernement et la société civile, nous pouvons œuvrer à l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Permettez-moi de partager avec vous une réflexion personnelle. Cette route que nous avons parcourue n'a pas été facile. C'est un honneur pour moi de continuer l'œuvre entamée par mes prédécesseurs qui avaient en charge ce comité. Les défis sont grands, sont multiples, ils sont difficiles et n'ont jamais été faciles à relever. Je voudrais prendre un moment pour rappeler et saluer la mémoire de feu Jean-Baptiste Milongiero, un collègue vénéré qui a joué un rôle essentiel dans la rédaction des lignes directrices de Robben Island. Son héritage continuera à nous inspirer dans notre quête de justice et de dignité pour tous. Je tiens à exprimer notre profonde gratitude à tous ceux qui ont contribué au succès du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique au cours des 2 dernières décennies. Votre dévouement, votre passion et votre engagement nous inspirent à œuvrer pour un monde meilleur et plus juste. Je vous remercie.
Saudações aos estimados delegados, colegas e amigos. O meu nome é Maria Teresa Manuela. Sou relatora especial para as prisões, condições de detenção e policiamento em África e também membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao reunirmos hoje aqui para celebrar momentos importantes na jornada rumo aos direitos humanos e à dignidade, é com profunda honra que me dirijo a vós como membro do Comitê para a Prevenção da Tortura em África. Ao longo das últimas 2 décadas, o CPPA tem estado na vanguarda da proteção dos direitos dos detidos em todo o mundo e no continente africano. Através do seu empenhamento inabalável na prevenção da tortura e na garantia de condições de detenção humanas, o CPPA tem desempenhado um papel essencial na promoção de uma cultura de respeito pelos direitos humanos nos sistemas prisionais. Do mesmo modo, a A Convenção contra a Tortura é um farol de esperança e justiça, servindo de norma universal contra a tortura e outras formas de maus tratos. Durante 4 décadas, proporcionou um quadro para os Estados cumprirem as suas obrigações e responsabilizarem os autores de atos de tortura. No entanto, apesar dos progressos registrados, temos de reconhecer que ainda há muito a fazer. Demasiadas pessoas em África continuam a sofrer tratamentos desumanos nos centros de detenção, desde a sobrelotação aos cuidados de saúde inadequados, da violência à falta de acesso à representação legal. Os desafios são muito e complexos. Como relatora especial para as prisões e condições de detenção e policiamento em África, estou empenhada em trabalhar incansavelmente com os governos, as organizações da sociedade civil e os parceiros internacionais para resolver estas questões prementes. Temos de trabalhar no sentido da plena aplicação das diretrizes de Robben Island e de outros instrumentos relevantes, garantindo que todas as pessoas privadas de liberdade sejam tratadas com dignidade e respeito. Além disso, temos de redobrar os nossos esforços para erradicar a tortura em todas as suas formas e responsabilizar os seus atores. Isso exige não só uma reforma legislativa, mas também uma mudança nas atitudes sociais no sentido de uma tolerância zero em relação à tortura e aos maus tratos. Em conclusão, reafirmemos o nosso empenhamento na nobre causa da promoção e proteção dos direitos de todos os indivíduos, incluindo os que se encontram em situação de detenção. Juntos podemos construir um futuro em que todas as pessoas sejam tratadas com dignidade e sem exceção. Muito obrigada.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Idrissa Sow, je suis président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique. Je suis également vice-président du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique. C'est pour moi un profond honneur de m'adresser à vous en cette occasion mémorable. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, c'est pour nous une grande opportunité de jeter un regard sur les étapes franchies et d'exprimer par la même occasion notre engagement renouvelé à relever les défis dans la noble cause de l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans nos efforts pour lutter contre la torture et défendre les droits de l'homme. Nous avons noté la mise en place de mécanismes nationaux de prévention dans plusieurs États africains, assurant une surveillance cruciale des lieux de détention et renforçant ainsi les mécanismes de responsabilisation. De plus, notre attention est portée sur le développement de la législation et des modèles visant à criminaliser la torture et à jeter les bases de réformes législatives promouvant l'interdiction et la prévention de la torture. Cependant, notre travail est loin d'être terminé. Nous devons continuer à plaider en faveur de la ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, ainsi que du protocole facultatif se rapportant à cette convention et aux autres peines et traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants par tous les États africains. Ces instruments sont des outils essentiels de notre point de vue dans l'arsenal destiné à combattre la torture et à garantir la protection des droits des détenus. De plus, la mise en œuvre des instruments de soft law relatifs à la torture, tels que les lignes directrices de Robben Island, reste pour nous une grande priorité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec les États et les organisations de la société civile, nous pouvons promouvoir l'incorporation de ces lignes directrices dans la législation nationale et les pratiques en renforçant ainsi les protections qui sont dues aux détenus et en prévenant la torture. En regardant vers l'avenir, notre comité est résolument engagé à jouer un rôle de leader dans la lutte contre la torture. Cela implique des engagements plus étroits avec les États et les organisations de la société civile pour garantir que les voix des victimes soient entendues et que leurs droits soient respectés. En favorisant le dialogue et la coopération, nous pouvons développer des stratégies innovantes pour relever les défis émergents et promouvoir la responsabilité des auteurs de torture. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Congratulations and happy birthday to the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa, the CPTA, on the occasion of its 20th anniversary. My name is Barbara Bernat. I'm the Secretary General of the Association for the Prevention of Torture, APT, an international non-governmental human rights organization based in Geneva, Switzerland, working worldwide to prevent torture. And we were closely associated to the CPTA from the beginning. Let me mention here 3 highlights. First, cooperation. It started back when the APT proposed to the African Commission at its 28th ordinary session to organize a joint workshop for the effective implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter on Human Rights, prohibiting all forms of torture and treatment. This workshop took place in February 2002 in Robben Island, and drafted concrete guidelines on the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa, the so-called Robben Island Guidelines. The guidelines were adopted by a resolution by the African Commission in 2002. This resolution also establishes a follow-up committee to support their implementation, composed of commissioners, the APT, and experts. It met for the first time in 2004 and was later renamed the CPTA. But behind institutions, there are persons. And my second highlight is paying tribute to one person who played a key role in this journey, my former colleague and friend, Jean-Baptiste Lizou-Ribeiro, who so sadly passed away last November. He was one of the drafters of the Robben Island Guidelines, and he was also in the first meeting of the CPTA, and was a member until 2019 when he retired. And we are also celebrating his legacy here today. The third highlight is the key role of the CPTA in implementing the vision of torture prevention in Africa enshrined in the Robben Island Guidelines. For example, on the first hours of detention, it mentions the importance of basic safeguards such as access to lawyers, and these safeguards are now integrated in the principles on effective interviewing for investigations and information gathering known as the Mendes Principles. The CPTA has been a leading actor on the promotion of the Mendes Principles in Africa. Thanks to the CPTA, there is a standalone resolution adopted by the African Commission in 2022, welcoming the Mendes Principles and calling on states to implement them. And the CPTA is also now leading on the implementation of the Mendes Principles and is organizing the first sub-regional workshop to discuss the Mendes Principles with police officers of Southern Africa in June this year. Prevention of torture and treatment is an ongoing task, but also a shared responsibility. Together, we can prevent torture.
Merci beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Goïdou. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des droits humains. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, ADHA était pour moi une structure, une organisation d'affaires. Nous avons que
Idrissa Sow, je suis président du groupe de travail sur la peine de mort, les exécutions extrajudiciaires, sommaires ou arbitraires et les disparitions forcées en Afrique. Je suis également vice-président du comité de la prévention de la torture en Afrique. C'est pour moi un profond honneur de m'adresser à vous en cette occasion mémorable. Aujourd'hui, alors que nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire du comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, c'est pour nous une grande opportunité de jeter un regard sur les étapes franchies et d'exprimer par la même occasion notre engagement renouvelé à relever le défi dans la noble cause de l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans nos efforts pour lutter contre la torture et défendre les droits de l'homme. Nous avons noté la mise en place de mécanismes nationaux de prévention dans plusieurs États africains, assurant une surveillance cruciale des lieux de détention et renforçant ainsi les mécanismes de responsabilisation. De plus, notre attention est portée sur le développement de la législation et des modèles visant à criminaliser la torture et ajouter les bases de réformes législatives promouvant l'interdiction et la prévention de la torture. Cependant, notre travail est loin d'être terminé. Nous devons continuer à plaider en faveur de la ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, ainsi que du protocole facultatif se rapportant à cette convention et aux autres peines et traitements cruels, inhumains ou dégradants par tous les États africains. Ces instruments sont des outils essentiels de notre point de vue dans l'arsenal destiné à combattre la torture et à garantir la protection des droits des détenus. De plus, la mise en œuvre des instruments de soft-law relatifs à la torture, tels que les lignes directrices de Robben Island, reste pour nous une grande priorité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec les États et les organisations de la société civile, nous pouvons promouvoir l'incorporation de ces lignes directrices dans la législation nationale et les pratiques en renforçant ainsi les protections qui sont dues aux détenus et en prévenant la torture. En regardant vers l'avenir, notre comité est résolument engagé à jouer un rôle de leader dans la lutte contre la torture. Cela implique des engagements plus étroits avec les États et les organisations de la société civile pour garantir que les droits des victimes soient entendus et que leurs droits soient respectés. En favorisant le dialogue et la coopération, nous pouvons développer des stratégies innovantes pour relever les défis émergents et promouvoir la responsabilité des auteurs de torture. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Congratulations and happy birthday to the Committee for the Prevention of Torture in Africa and the inclusion of its countries and countries. My name is Barbara Bernard. I'm the Secretary General of the Association for the Prevention of Torture, APT, an international non-governmental human rights organization based in South Africa, working worldwide to prevent torture. We are proud to associate with this community. Let me mention these three highlights. First, cooperation. It started back when the APT proposed to the African Commission at its 28th ordinary session to organize a joint workshop for the effective implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter of Human Rights, prohibiting all forms of torture and mistreatment. This workshop took place in February 2008 in Robben Island and drafted concrete guidelines on the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa, the so-called Robben Island Guidelines. The guidelines were adopted by a resolution by the African Commission in 2002. This resolution also establishes a follow-up committee to support the implementation of those additional created and experts. It met for the first time in 2004 and was voted in 2016. But behind institutions there are persons. And my second highlight is paying tribute to one person who played a key role in this journey. My former colleague and friend, Jean-Baptiste Mouloudou, who so
lot of human rights on the African continent and broadly what we can do and should do. I think it's important to note that in terms of normative development, having the right norms relating to human rights, in terms of institution building, having the various institutions for the monitoring and implementation of human rights standards, a lot of progress has been made, both through the normative development contribution of the African Commission on Human Rights and broadly by the African Union. Yet the gap between the promise of these various and progressive human rights norms and the lived realities of our people is ever increasingly expanding. We have to feel the urgency and we have to feel the gravity of what the vast majority of people on our continent is feeling. The higher the gulf between the promise of human rights and the lived realities of our people, the higher the challenge for appreciating the relevance of our work and the role of the commission. We therefore need to work hard in order to harness the role and contribution of all sectors of society in order to narrow down this enormous gap between the promise of our norms and the lived realities of the people in the country. That is why it's extremely important for the Commission to work with other sectors of society beyond and above human rights institutions, human rights NGOs and civil society organizations. The role of the media needs to be harnessed and to be harnessed enormously. The role of policymakers, particularly in the economic sphere, needs to be harnessed. The role of policymakers in other areas for this country also needs to be appreciated and harnessed and taken advantage of. We have to use civil society organizations, use women and the men in performing personal skills of our people. Thank you.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Bem-vindos à Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e do Povo.
Bienvenue en Gambie, siège de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا، البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu adama ci Afrika. One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
Mon nom est Selma Sassi Safer, de la République algérienne démocratique et populaire, et je suis professeure de droit international à l'Université d'Alger. J'ai été élu membre de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples lors de la 43e session ordinaire du Conseil exécutif de l'Union africaine en juillet 2023 et j'ai pris les fonctions en tant que commissaire lors de la 77e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine le 20 octobre 2023. En matière de mécanismes spéciaux, je suis le rapporteur spécial en charge des réfugiés, des demandeurs d'asile, des personnes déplacées en Afrique et des migrants. En ce qui concerne les pays dont je suis en charge, je suis responsable de la promotion et de la protection des droits de l'homme et des peuples dans 4 États africains qui sont l'État de la Libye, la République du Niger, la République du Sénégal et également la République tunisienne.
Welcome to the Gambia, home of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights.
Gâmbia, sede da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos.
Bienvenue en Gambie. Siègez pour la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples.
مرحبا بكم في غامبيا البلد المضيف للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب.
dal leen ci jàmm fii ci Gambia dëkkuwaay kuréel bu yore cëri doomu adama ci Afrika.
One Africa, one voice, your rights, human rights, our collective responsibility.
نرحب بكم في الدورة العادية للجنة الإفريقية لحقوق الإنسان والشعوب. حقوق الإنسان مسؤوليتنا الجماعية.
You are welcome to the ordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. Human rights, our collective responsibility.
Bienvenue à la session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Les droits de l'homme, notre responsabilité collective.
Sejam bem-vindos à sessão ordinária da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos e dos Povos. Direitos humanos, a nossa responsabilidade coletiva.
Nous souhaitons la bienvenue à tous les participants à cette 81e session ordinaire de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des peuples. Bienvenue aux délégués des États, bienvenue aux organisations de la société civile, bienvenue aux institutions nationales des droits de l'homme. Cette session est importante. Elle se tient à un moment particulier de l'histoire de l'Afrique. Elle a été précédée par un pré-forum des États, une précession des organisations de la société civile et une précession des INDH. Nous espérons qu'au cours de cette session, l'ensemble des parties prenantes mettront leur intelligence ensemble pour discuter de la situation des droits de l'homme sur le continent. Et ensemble avec vous, nous allons adopter les principales résolutions qui vont améliorer la qualité des citoyens africains sur notre continent. Je vous remercie.
Chers délégués, chers collègues, chers invités, je suis Atene Sayem, président du comité pour la prévention de la torture depuis l'année 2017.
que nous célébrons le 20e anniversaire du Comité pour la prévention de la torture en Afrique et le 40e anniversaire de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture et les autres peines de traitement cruel, inhumain ou dégradant, c'est pour nous une grande opportunité de jeter un regard sur les étapes franchies et d'exprimer par la même occasion notre engagement renouvelé à relever le défi dans la noble cause de l'éradication de la torture sous toutes ses formes. Des progrès significatifs ont été réalisés dans nos efforts pour lutter contre la torture et défendre les droits de l'homme. Nous avons noté la mise en place de mécanismes nationaux de prévention dans plusieurs États africains, assurant une surveillance cruciale des lieux de détention et renforçant ainsi le mécanisme de responsabilisation. De plus, notre attention est portée sur le développement de la législation et des modèles visant à criminaliser la torture et à jeter les bases de réformes législatives promouvant l'interdiction et la prévention de la torture. Cependant, notre travail est loin d'être terminé. Nous devons continuer à plaider en faveur de la ratification de la Convention des Nations Unies contre la torture, ainsi que du protocole facultatif se rapportant à cette convention et aux autres peines et traitements cruels, inhumains et dégradants par tous les États africains. Ces instruments sont des outils essentiels de notre point de vue dans l'arsenal destiné à combattre la torture et à garantir la protection des droits des détenus. De plus, la mise en œuvre des instruments de sortilège relatifs à la torture, tels que les lignes directrices de Rhode Island, reste pour nous une grande priorité. Nous sommes convaincus qu'en travaillant en étroite collaboration avec les États et les organisations de la société civile, nous pouvons promouvoir l'incorporation de ces lignes directrices dans la législation nationale et les pratiques en renforçant ainsi les protections qui sont dues aux détenus et en prévenant la torture. En regardant vers l'avenir, notre comité est résolument engagé à jouer un rôle de leader dans la lutte contre la torture. Cela implique des engagements plus étroits avec les États et les organisations de la société civile pour garantir que les droits des victimes soient entendus et que les droits soient respectés. En favorisant le dialogue et la coopération, nous pouvons développer des stratégies innovantes pour relever les défis émergents et promouvoir la responsabilité des auteurs de torture. Je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Congratulations and happy birthday to the Committee for the Development of African, the Secretary, on the occasion of this country's anniversary. My name is Barbara Bernard, I'm the Secretary External of the Association for the Development of Africa, ACT, an international non-governmental human rights organization based in Africa, working worldwide to prevent torture. And we were closely associated with this situation. Let me mention here three highlights. First, cooperation. It started back when the ACT proposed to the African Commission at its 28th ordinary session to organize a joint workshop for the effective implementation of Article 5 of the African Charter of Human Rights, prohibiting all kinds of torture. This workshop took place in February 2008 in Robben Island, and we drafted 20 guidelines on the prohibition and prevention of torture in Africa, the so-called Robben Island guidelines. The guidelines were adopted by a resolution by the African Commission in 2002. This resolution also establishes a follow-up committee to support the implementation and hold the Commission's PhD on experts. It met for the first time in 2004 and was hosted in 2016. But behind these activities there are persons. And my second highlight is paying tribute to one person who played a key role in this work. My former colleague and friend, Jean-Baptiste Mizuru-Bembe, who so sadly passed away last November. He was one of the drafters of the Robben Island guidelines, and he was also in the first meeting of the CPC, and was
beaucoup. Mon nom est Rémi Goïdou. Je suis le président de la Commission africaine des droits de l'homme et des droits humains. Quand je suis entré à la Commission en 2017, ADA était pour moi une structure, une organisation d'organes, tant que je ne savais pas français. Mais il a fallu que le plutôt annoncer la présidence qui a été marquée par la lutte
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît, nous allons donc reprendre et continuer avec les travaux. Je vais donc demander aux participants de bien vouloir nous accorder la sérénité nécessaire dans la salle pour que nous puissions commencer avec le panel sous la célébration du 10e anniversaire des lignes directrices de Luanda. Et c'est bien que ce soit une des filles de l'Angola, une des ressortissantes de l'Angola qui a passé une importante partie de sa vie en Angola, à Luanda, de prendre le leadership de ce panel.
And thereafter, we shall move on to another item on the agenda. So, Commissioner, are the interpreters, well, they are here. They are here, sir. They are here. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Yeah, they are here. The interpreters are here. Is that okay? Commissioner Manuela. So she will speak in Portuguese, and the interpreters would help us with translation. So, Commissioner Manuela, you have the floor, and we have 1 hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we had resolved the issue of right to food and that we have the energy to continue with our work. Chair, honorable representatives of member states, or Commissioner Sassi, representatives of the different partner organs of the African Union, NGOs, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, and all protocol observed. Allow me to open and start this panel. This year, 2024, we mark 10 years since the guidelines on the condition of detention and preventive imprisonment. Luanda guidelines were approved on 25th May 2014 on the 5th session that took place in Luanda. Some people that were present in this room were witnesses of this fact, and for that reason, 25th May 2014 is considered the day of preventive prison in Africa. As you can see, it coincides with the Day of Africa, but it should not be confused. We have to celebrate on behalf of those who do not have voice to celebrate. On that occasion, the Commissioner Kwagwa, the Special Rapporteur for this mechanism, said, and we quote, "The guidelines reflect collective aspirations of our states, of national institutional human rights and civil society to promote an approach in this area which is critical based on law," end of quotation. So this statement is still relevant nowadays. And nowadays the African continent registers a high number of prisoners with overlocation of prisons in all countries. For most part of this population, especially those on pre-trial detention, the right of fair judgment is really difficult to attain because it's difficult to indicate if he is guilty or not. So lack of accessibility to legal representation and availability of funds for bail, detention for small crimes, and also detention of people who are not a threat to society means that most of the detainees in the prison systems could have a different treatment that is not a prison. Today in our countries we have been seeing a different phenomenon, which is imprisonment of opposition party members. Each day spent in a prison means that this person will not have opportunities to work, to take care of their family and contribute in a positive manner to the society. So they are exposed to a condition of detention that puts in risk his health and his person. I want to talk about pre-trial detention because by talking about pre-trial detention in the African continent, it focuses on poor and marginalized groups, including women and girls. We have shared and we have said that today we criminalize personal status, and in a simple manner we criminalize poverty. During our conversation in these last days, we have been talking about respect of human rights of prisoners, focus on vulnerable groups, as I said, women, children, elderly, immigrants, and foreign people. So in our panel, since we adopted the Luanda guidelines, we will focus on aspects related to the level of implementation by member states, and we will receive inputs to increase its application. Without further ado, I would give the floor to Ms. Josiane so that she can talk about the implementation of Luanda guidelines and the challenges and perspectives. I'll give you 7 minutes. Ms. Josiane.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner, for giving me the floor. Chairperson of the African Commission on Human and Purpose Rights, Honorable Commissioners, distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. In 2014, the Danish Human Rights Institute had the privilege of supporting the African Commission in the preparation of this important instrument, whose 10th anniversary will commemorate today. That is the 10th, the guideline, Luanda guidelines, and so we are happy to participate in this panel to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the guidelines and also stress the importance of dissemination and information on the Luanda guidelines while stressing the various challenges and the prospects. Chair, an anniversary calls for happiness, but it also calls for taking stock, and taking stock means that we have to raise questions. So among the questions that we can legitimately pose is this: now, 10 years afterwards, are the guidelines well known? Especially, are they known by officers in charge of law enforcement, those who on daily basis have to integrate the principles of the guidelines in their regular activities? Chair, the Danish Human Rights Institute has not done a general study on this question. However, we've had the opportunity of supporting defense and security forces of several countries in West Africa, especially in Burkina Faso, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, and Niger, and also the West African Police and Human Rights Platform, in order to build their capacity in the area of human rights. So it's based on this experience that we wish to provide some responses to the questions posed. Now, we need to reiterate that on several occasions, especially during this session, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, through its mechanism in charge of prisons and detention conditions and police affairs, has spared no effort in sensitizing the various actors on the existence of the Luanda guidelines and the need to disseminate the guidelines and promote them nationally through sensitization and training. Efforts have yes been made to achieve that purpose, but we also note that we can make some observations on the basis of our experience, and which must be stressed here on this panel. And so I will stick to 3 observations due to time constraints. The first observation is that the Luanda guidelines is not well known by those by law enforcement officers. We've had the opportunity of working with the police, the gendarme, the prison officers, and even those who also have crystal police powers, and we noted that most of these actors are not aware of the guidelines, and this attests to the need for actors on the ground, especially national human rights institutions and NGOs, to scale up their support to the African Commission to promote the Luanda guidelines nationally. Second observation, we note that once the guidelines are known, there are some revisions or dragging regarding the mainstreaming of the principles contained in the guideline, and this stems especially from the understanding of the nature of the guidelines as the soft law. So this means that this is a non-binding instrument, and the issue that is often raised that why do we implement a non-binding instrument by states? And on this also is a training which comes into reinforce to build the capacity of law enforcement officers. So once we explain to them that the guidelines constitute soft law, but these type of instruments are there to guide states in the implementation of their obligations on the binding instruments such as the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. And once that is explained, we note that there is more openness and flexibility regarding the way the guidelines are accepted and mainstreamed in practices and training. The third observation, we note that there is a need within the framework of sensitization and training of all actors who play a role in the penal channel. Because if you take paragraph 44A of the guidelines, which reiterates that states should adopt legislative, administrative and judicial measures in order to implement the guidelines. And so this means that the implementation of the guidelines is not only the work of the police which carry out arrest, and it's not only the work of prison officers who are there to look over prisoners, but it's a holistic approach which involves all actors, legislative power, the executive and the judiciary, and I will explain further what I mean by that. And so we need to also look at the judiciary in the sensitization and training on the guidelines, because we note in reality on the ground that there are gaps between the provisions of the guidelines and the various legislative texts. For example, the guidelines recommend 48 hours for remand, and that is not the case in some legislations. The guideline recommends the decriminalizing of minor crimes, and this is also this is a work of the judiciary. So to harmonize the text, the judiciary should be sensitized on the guidelines. Now, the holistic approach also means that there's a need to sensitize the actors of the judiciary, that's the prosecutors, the judges who take the decisions, because the prosecutor has the power to decide to renew the remand, and then the judge plays an important role in the manner in which they have to expedite the cases of those in preventive detention. And it's also important to sensitize the actors of the judiciary, especially ministries and departments in charge of law enforcement, and that sensitization should help in the allocation of financial material and financial resources for dealing with the cases of those arrested and kept in remand. And so it's all obvious that a policeman can be requested to comply with the categories in the guidelines, that is to separate men and women in police cells as well as children, boys and girls. It's not obvious that they will do that if they do not have the requisite infrastructure, and it's less obvious also to demand them to ensure that those in the police cells are given the right food if they don't have the budget. And for those who are in prison, they would not be condemned if they don't have the requisite resources. So hence the need to deal with the judiciary in the implementation of the guidelines so as to ensure the allocation of the necessary resources on the ground. Chair, in closing, I want to say this. Simply state this, that we cannot apply rules if we are not aware of them, or if we don't know their scope and their relevance. So sensitization and training are the prerequisites for the effective implementation of the guidelines, whose anniversary we commemorate today. And I thank you for the floor and for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Josiane, for your presentation on...
thank you very much for the information on the issue relating to the implementation of the Luanda guidelines. I now give the floor to the Executive Director of AFCOF to give us an insight into the impact of the implementation of the directives some years afterwards. Thank you. You have the floor, sir.
Implementation of the guidelines. 10 years on this occasion provides an opportunity for us not only to celebrate this important milestone, but also to engage in reflection on the persistent challenge of pretrial detention across our continent. The Luanda Guidelines were designed as a comprehensive framework to guide law enforcement, judicial authorities and correctional services on measures to safeguard human rights from the moment of arrest through to trial. The Luanda Guidelines seek to foster a criminal justice system rooted in core human rights principles and to encourage a more rational approach to arrest and pretrial detention. Since their adoption by the African Commission, the guidelines have gained recognition both within Africa and beyond as a progressive response to the human rights impact of arbitrary and excessive use of pretrial detention. This progress can largely be attributed to two efforts. First, the consultation approach taken to developing these guidelines was key, engaging a diverse range of stakeholders, including from within the Commission, national criminal justice institutions, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations. This ensured that the guidelines were practical and relatable to our context. This consultative process also built momentum towards implementation, with a range of stakeholders from Tunisia, Ghana, Uganda, South Africa, Malawi, and Zimbabwe engaging in implementation efforts immediately after the guidelines adoption. It also led to the establishment of Africa Pretrial Detention Day, observed annually to promote awareness and encourage adherence to the guidelines across the continent. Secondly, the strategic plan devised by the Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Conditions of Detention and Policing in Africa has been instrumental. This initiative aimed to raise visibility of the guidelines, encourage alignment of national and regional reform agendas. A comprehensive implementation tool was developed, offering practical resources including training manuals for law enforcement, checklists for safeguarding rights in detention, and advocacy materials. Evaluating the impact of this strategy reveals some progress. The guidelines have been effectively disseminated and are actively promoted by the African Commission. We have seen some of them utilized in various contexts. For example, during the penal code revisions in Cote d'Ivoire, in securing the release of detainees in Nigeria, and in training programs for police and judicial officials across several countries. Despite the progress made, significant human rights challenges remain for individuals in police custody and pretrial detention. Many detainees face overcrowded facilities that lack adequate health care and sanitation. Torture and ill treatment during detention continues to be reported, highlighting the urgent need for greater accountability and oversight against the framework set out in the guidelines. Furthermore, individuals often face prolonged periods of detention without trial. While continued use of arrest, police custody and pretrial detention for minor offences continues, despite the guidelines' clear call for states to implement alternatives. Indeed, the principles on the decriminalisation of petty offences were adopted by the African Commission in 2017 to build on the provisions of the Luanda Guidelines by advocating for alternatives to arrest and detention for petty offences. These principles emphasize the need to take preventive and rights-based approach to petty or minor offences to reduce the flow of individuals into an already overburdened criminal justice system. This reduction is not only essential for alleviating overcrowding, but also for protecting human rights and preventing abuses within the system. As we celebrate this anniversary, it's crucial for all stakeholders to renew their commitment to implementing the Luanda Guidelines. The challenges in our policing and justice systems are significant, but they are not insurmountable. By collectively striving to uphold the principles outlined in the guidelines, we can address these critical human rights issues and foster a more just and equitable legal system across our continent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Muito obrigada pela incursão que faz e principalmente para aquilo que são os resultados obtidos ao longo destes 10 anos que estão sendo implementados e ainda os desafios que temos para continuar esta tarefa. Vou agora passar a palavra para o meu último.
The sharing your perspective on the Luanda process, and I shall now give the floor to the last speaker who would brief us about the importance of the guidelines in pre-detention, and he would approach it from a pragmatic.
State representatives, members of diplomatic corps, representatives of civil societies and all other established protocols duly and respectfully observed. I'd like to start by saying I'm very humbled and delighted to speak on the importance of the basic guidelines in the process of detention. And this is a topic that is so close to my heart as I refer to the words of Saint Oscar Romero, who said that some things can only be seen through eyes that have cried. By implication, some things can best be expressed only through an experience that has been lived. Therefore, I'm going to address this topic from the standpoint of a subject matter expert, but also as a person who has a lived experience of incarceration. Today, as we celebrate a milestone that speaks to our Africanity and the creed that has fueled our resilience as a people and strengthened our commitment to justice and to a rights-based approach to dealing with issues relating to detention and criminal justice mechanism, we should bear in mind as Africa that even when our deeds are unsure, we remain in utmost assurance that our hands are worthy, because this milestone is an evidence to that. I am reminded of the words of one of our commissioners who said, "Whatever has been achieved during my mandate after doing my best, my successor will include it in his or her achievements. Therefore, no information, no data will be useless, because we are doing this not to be recognized, but to make our continent the best place to be." In order to emphasize the importance of guidelines in the process of detention, be it police custody or pre-trial detention, it will be helpful to highlight a few facts at this point. And the first of them all is that in Africa generally, I want us to be reminded of the fact that we have about 40% of our prisons population on pre-trial detention, and about 50% in some regions, and which leaves us at the end with about 30 to 60% of prisons populations being held on pre-trial detention. The sad reality is that the holding facilities were designed to temporarily hold only 10% of this population. And this gets me reminded of when I was on pre-trial detention in a cell, which was originally designed to hold just 5 people. But we ended up being in that cell 50 people with just no toilets. Another fact that I want us to be reminded of is that 75% of civil cases that go to the police end up being criminalized. A typical example of this is the offense of obtaining money by false pretense, when 95% of the people incarcerated for this offense were simply debtors. The third fact I want us to bear in mind is a significant of juvenile offenders are held in adult facilities because we have no forms of verification mechanisms at the point of arrest, going through trial, and at the point of incarceration. And I also want us to bear in mind that a significant number of people are coerced in police stations to pleading guilty to offenses they do not understand, all in the name of plea bargaining, a lot of whom cannot afford the services of a lawyer, and as a result they end up defenseless and marginalized. I'm equally reminded of a juvenile offender whose story I was documenting. He pleaded guilty to a charge of rape because he understood it as being sex before marriage, and therefore there was no one to enlighten him through the process until he got incarcerated. These groups of poor, non-literate, and mentally unfit individuals form about 80% of the population in our detention facilities. Shall we then deny the fact that poverty is somehow criminalized? And I also just want to highlight something from a survey that was conducted in 2017 across 55 prisons in Africa. And the findings revealed that prisons population consists of 20% of criminals, 70% of offenders, and only 10% of innocent people. Therefore, the continuous increase in recidivism was alluded to the transition of detainees from offending to actual criminality. With the above mentioned, I want to say the importance of these guidelines amongst other. I'll highlight just a few. Guidelines such as the Luanda guidelines serve as an enabling and a non-discriminatory tool for all those going through the criminal justice process. If implemented as expected, this will go a long way in restoring trust between justice beneficiaries and our criminal justice mechanisms. Another importance that I'd like us to bear in mind is that guidelines as such mandate duty bearers to remain within the respect of fundamental human rights and continuously uphold the rule of law, thereby bridging the gap between those at the center and in the margins of society. And I also want us to bear in mind that having guidelines of this nature actually serve as promoters of equity in our criminal justice systems, and as they help criminal justice institutions to practicalize values that are entrenched in our constitutions. And because of time, I would like to conclude at this point, saying that as we celebrate this milestone today, let us be reminded that our past successes only serve as a reference in dealing with challenges that lie ahead of us. My best recommendation would be for us to popularize these guidelines to both the high and the low, to both the rich and the poor, to the powerful and the defenseless, to the innocent and the guilty, to the incarcerated and the free. Because without guidelines, we remain unguided or misguided. I'm very grateful that the African Commission is taking this standpoint. Thank you so much for your kind attention.
Obrigada, Soutinho, por trazer na primeira pessoa.
Thank you for presenting the benefits of the guidelines. And these guidelines, it's meant for the voiceless. And we would like to ensure that they have the necessary voice to make their views known through their lawyers. So in closing, I want to close this segment, but I have two requests for the floor. I want to give the floor firstly to state parties. I shall give the floor to Angola, which has registered to take the floor, followed by Gamba.
Magamba Network after Angola.
3 minutes to the representatives of Angola, Commissioner and Chair. Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you for organizing this panel and the panelists. We commemorate the 10th anniversary of the Luanda Guidelines, and guidelines adopted by the Commission during its ordinary session in Luanda, Angola in 2014. And these guidelines, as you said, relate to the cover post-trial detention. And pre-trial detention is a major challenge. And as announced by the Commission and for us as state parties, these are challenges that we face. So permit me to commend you on the working group on the work done, and I also want to commend the cooperation in the implementation of the guidelines through the training of duty bearers, namely police and then prison officers. And we also welcome the agreement signed between the with ministries and police officers. Through this protocol, we were able to train in 2023 our law enforcement officers, and they also ensured that 7,000 security personnel were trained. The Angolan Constitution enshrines the rights of those deprived of freedom and ensures a free trial. So we also note that the disciplinary code of the police is guided by international norms. So the police cannot torture those in prisons or in their custody, and this is a responsibility that they have taken seriously. And we also want to highlight that Angola forms part of the Commission Against Torture and presents a report wherever there is a torture. We condemn such acts and ensure that those responsible are brought they are made accountable for their actions. We also have a unit in charge of receiving such complaints, and at the prosecutor's office also we have a unit that verifies reports on the conduct of police officers and other duty bearers. In 2023 and in 2024, respectively 13 and 24 policemen were charged for misconduct, and in line with also we currently we also ensure that the prison centers are effectively supervised under the Bangkok protocol, and we also have provisions relating to these detention centers, and we have prison terms, and we've also had measures which led to the granting of amnesty to some prisoners. And under these measures, citizens also these measures are meant to ensure that we do not overcrowd our prisons. And there are various also prison centers, and the issue on the conditional freedom, we have also had some women released, and to ensure that centers are not overcrowded, and also the Supreme Court, in cooperation with the Office of the Prosecutor of the Republic, cooperates with to ensure that our laws are complied with. We also undertake visits, and this is ensured by civil society organizations as part of the surveillance measures to ensure that prisoners' rights are upheld. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable commissioners and panelists, I would like to brief you about our situation as part of our effort to reduce the population in prisons. I thank you. Thank you, Secretary of State, for the statistics and information shared with the panel. We shall now give the floor to Mr. Tendai. Is he in this hall? In the absence of any further observation, I would like to give the floor to the panelists and to round up in 2 minutes. So, Josiane, and then thereafter I'll give the floor to the other panelists. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, and thank you, distinguished representative of Angola, for your contribution and the information shared. Honorable Commissioner, to conclude, I simply want to emphasize that we've witnessed the fact that the African Commission on Human and People's Rights has undertaken a number of activities to disseminate and promote the Luanda guidelines, and we believe that the Commission, through its mechanism in charge of detention, would sustain the momentum. However, we need to support the African Commission on the ground. There is the NGOs, national human rights institutions, and other institutions which work nationally. We can work together and then work with the African Commission so that we see broad implementation of this important instrument which you commemorate in history, that is the Rwanda guidelines. So I give you the floor, sir, for your final concluding remarks.
Guidelines are not meant to expose us. Guidelines are not meant to make us feel weak, but guidelines are actually meant to help us build better and very, very strong systems. So my clarion call today is to those who are meant to be duty bearers to come on board, to work hand in hand with the Commission and just ensure that people who are going to trial are going to trial with confidence. Thank you so much.
Obrigada, Santinho. Senhor Diretor da APCOF, seus últimos 2 minutos.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There have been rich inputs and there's not much to add, it's simply to emphasize that the Luanda Guidelines are a very important milestone in the development of Commission soft law, and they have been recognized continentally and internationally. On the 10th anniversary, it is important to pause, to celebrate those victories, and to give ourselves renewed efforts to take forward rights promotion and rights commitments on the continent. I think I'll just end off by noting that in addition to the developments that we've shared, the Luanda Guidelines also facilitated the Commission taking a decision to expand the mandate of the Rapporteur on prisons and conditions of detention to include policing. And I think it's one of the fundamental achievements of this guideline is that it has put policing and the importance of police in upholding and protecting rights on the continent squarely on the Commission's agenda. Thank you.
Muito obrigada. E para efetivamente dar continuidade a este painel, não para terminar, devo agradecer primeiro aos painelistas pelas exposições e pela coordenação do tempo e do tema. De seguida temos segundo passo.
The panelists for their contribution, and so we shall now move on to the second segment, which is the launch of the review. And we've noted that last year we could not launch the review on policing and human rights. And so the second segment will be the presentation of the review. With the permission of the chair, I shall continue to chair this panel so that we are able to launch the review. And I urge all participants here that during this session we shall disseminate and review published in the name of Commission on Policing and Human Rights, and which could not be launched last year due to reorganization. And in this volume we prioritize the 10th anniversary of the Luanda Guidelines, and that shape the contents of the review. The directives or guidelines relate to preventing pre-trial detention, and as you've heard, these are very challenging times in which there is a need to implement the guidelines so that those in pre-trial detention could continue to enjoy their human rights and ensure also that their dignity is upheld. The guidelines also form part of contribution to the illegal detentions or arbitrary detentions, and we have based also, we've mentioned constitutions, and in this bulletin we have analysis of the achievements over the last 10 years, and we've also highlighted experiences as well as the challenges noted in implementation of the guidelines. As stated by Ms. Josiane, we continue to note that pre-trial detention continues to be an issue of concern, and so there's a need to reinforce and build the capacity of duty bearers. As Commissioner Hatem stated this morning, we have overcrowding in prison is a form of torture, and this also bulletin includes new actors, especially those with legislative and judicial powers. And Ms. Joshian made allusion to that in her presentation, and will continue to work with these actors. And it's also necessary to mainstream the guidelines in the training manual of duty bearers, as it is very important, so that all the concerns raised could be addressed. And this was also mentioned in the document, and all these measures are meant to improve the dissemination and the enforcement of the Luanda guidelines and other relevant instruments. The guidelines also serve as an additional tool to enable states to find practical ways and means through internal laws and how they could uphold the rights of those in pre-trial detention in particular. We also urge countries to embark on penal reforms, especially pre-trial detention, that those in pre-trial detention, those in the duty bearers could have these tools so that they can discharge their duties in terms of discharge their duties. And prisoners in our countries will have prisoners, so there's a need to highlight the importance of these guidelines in the training and of all actors who worked in the penal system on the continent. And ladies and gentlemen, this bulletin is meant for all law enforcement officials in our respective countries, those who monitor prisoners or those who work on who are interested in the work of police action and detention sectors in Africa. And we have a copy which we will launch, but we also have an electronic version which could be reviewed whenever necessary. So, Vice Chair, on behalf of the chairperson, permit me to launch this document, and I hope that we all have copies.
We would now call on the next segment of today's session, and my colleague Maulo is going to take the lead. Thank you very much, Commissioner. This year, 2024, the Commission celebrated the 10th anniversary of Luanda guidelines. We then undertook many activities, including the prize Med Kagwa.
somebody who was a landmark in the adoption of some measures related to these activities, recognizing the achievement in the implementation of the guidelines. The categories of this prize are the following. We have the category on institutions responsible for implementing the law under the Charter. We have issues like institutions like the police or gendarmerie that have shown significant achievements in implementing the guidelines. Prison administration for having undertaken necessary efforts to facilitate the life of the inmates and allowing for their rehabilitation. The prize for a judicial institution that has demonstrated significant efforts and innovative efforts in providing alternatives to detention. The second category is for national human rights institutions that have members affiliated to the African Commission, and these prizes would be given to an institution that would have followed the guidelines under Luanda guidelines in order to monitor the detention institutions. Third category, NGOs with the observer statute and in the African Commission. This prize is for NGOs that have undertaken significant efforts in order to implement Luanda guidelines in their activities. We also included another category in order to allow for the national institutions, NGOs, that would have undertaken efforts in order to implement Luanda guidelines, in order to encourage them with the permission of the chair and the commissioner. I will now read the criteria that we used in order to select the institutions that will now be given these prizes. And the membership include the member countries and NGOs and CSOs with observer status. The Commission required an email specifying the category and specific information of the institution. We therefore received the names of a few candidates, and within the mechanism we went through a pre-selection process, and we were able to come up with a number of institutions that will be given the prize, and I believe that they are in this room, and if the commissioner allows me, I would like to call on them, unless you want to do it yourself from your seat, ma'am. Well, I will do so, and in the first category, concerning the institutions that are responsible for implementing the law, I would like to call on the Police Academy from Burkina Faso. Police Academy of Burkina Faso, if you are in the room, please. Is there anybody from the Burkinabe Academy, Police Academy? I think there's no one representing this institution, and we will make sure the prize reaches them. But a round of applause for this achievement. In the second category, I would like to call on the National Human Rights Council of Côte d'Ivoire. National Human Rights Council of Côte d'Ivoire. Is anybody in the room?
Well, if you are here or if you have a representative, you can take the floor.
A round of applause for Côte d'Ivoire. The third category for NGOs, we would like to call upon CAT Côte d'Ivoire.
Chairperson.
Please allow me just a few minutes to hand the prize to the next institution. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chairperson. The fourth category, the one from institutions that we wish to encourage their work, is the, I would like to call on the National Security Officer, Gambia National Security Officer. A round of applause. Commissioner, please do the honors. As you know, the African Commission on Women and People's Rights also counts with a number of partners. There are two special partners that have been providing a great deal of support in our activities, and we would like to also acknowledge them and thank for their effort throughout these years. I would like to start with the Danish Institute, Ms. Josiane Tapsoba. I believe you're here with us. A round of applause. Thank you, Madam Deputy Chairperson. To conclude, we are going to call on APCOF, represented by Mr. Shan Tet. I would call on the chairperson to give them the prize. Thank you very much, and I would like to call on the Commissioner for the closings. Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hope we were within the allotted time. Once more, we thank everyone who gave their best for us to conclude our proceedings, and because in May we're not able to celebrate the anniversary of the guidelines. And I hand the floor back to the chair to proceed with the meeting.
Thank you. The Special Rapporteur on Prisons, Detention Conditions in Africa. Well, you had 4 seconds left. And this is a prize you have earned because you have respected the time frame allocated. We shall now move on to item number 6 of the agenda, relationships and cooperations with NGOs and human rights institutions. As you know, this item prepares us to hearing the periodic reports of state. Tomorrow, we will start with the first step. The document on the relationships and cooperation between the Commission and NHRIs, I believe is Commissioner Selma. Is that correct? But given that Commissioner Lita is not here, you can start with the NGOs so that we do not lose times. Commissioner Selma will present the document on the relationship and cooperation between the African Commission and the NGOs, and then the other commissioner will make a presentation with respect to the relationship between the African Commission and the NHRIs. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving me the floor. Distinguished state delegates, honorable participants representing NHRIs, civil society, honorable commissioners, please allow me to share with you the report on the relationship and cooperation between the African Commission and NGOs. This report would be in 3 parts. First part would be related to the legal basis governing the relationship and cooperation between the African Commission on Human People Rights and the NGOs. The second part would be a balance sheet of the state of allocations of NGOs, and the last part would be devoted to the state of submission of the activity report of NGOs. Let me start with the first part relating to the cooperation between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights and NGOs. Article 45, paragraph 1, subparagraph C of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights gives mandate to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights to, I quote, cooperate with other African and international institutions concerned with the promotion and protection of human and people's rights. During the 77th ordinary session held in October/November 2023 in Arusha, Tanzania, the Commission had enhanced its criteria for granting observer status by adopting a new resolution, namely Resolution 572, on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to non-governmental organizations working in the field of human and people's rights in the African continent. The said Resolution 572 acknowledges the important role of NGOs in supporting the Commission to help it fulfill its mandate of promoting and protecting human and people's rights in Africa. Furthermore, the said Resolution 572 stipulates that NGOs allocated with observer status, I quote, shall undertake to establish relations of cooperation with the Commission and to engage in regular consultations with it on matters of common interest, and, I quote again, present their activity reports to the Commission every 2 years, end of quote. Now, let me go to the second part of this document relating to the status of granting observer status to non-governmental organizations. At the 79th ordinary session held in May/June 2024 in the Gambia, the Commission granted observer status to 10 NGOs, and this was in accordance with the Resolution 572 on the criteria for granting and maintaining observer status to NGOs working in the field of the protection of human and people's rights in Africa, namely non-governmental the following non-governmental organizations. Number 1, Afro-Giveness. Secondly, IPSA Association. Thirdly, Tunisian Coalition Against the Death Penalty. And number 4, Danish Institute Against Torture, otherwise known as Dignity. Number 5, Center for Human Rights and Democracy. Number 6, Lawyers for Human Rights. Number 7, Hope-Inspired Foundation for Women and Youth with Disabilities. 8, Rwanda Men's Resource Center. Number 9, Friends of Angola. And number 10, Women's Legal Aid Center. Now I move on to the third and last portion of this document, namely the status of submissions of activity reports to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on the part of the NGOs. Up to the 79th ordinary session held in May/June 2024, 571 non-governmental organizations have all been granted observer status with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. During the intercession period and before the commencement of the 81st ordinary session that we are currently participating in, the following 8 NGOs have submitted their progress reports to the Secretariat of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, namely, number 1, Surveillance Civil, African Policing Civilian Oversight, APCOF, affiliation number 372. Secondly, fare card number 40. Thirdly, Association Jazeruna number 487. Number 4, East and Horn of Africa Human Rights Defenders Project, Defenders, registration number 359. Number 5, the Great Lakes Initiative for Human Rights and Development, registration number 502. Number 6, Trial International number 522. 7, Observatoire Ivoirien des Droits de l'Homme, OIDH number 518. And finally, Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights, registration number 329. To date, among the 571 non-governmental organizations with observer status, 415 NGOs have submitted one or more reports on their activities. The Commission would like to commend these non-governmental organizations for fulfilling the requirement of submitting activity reports, and would like to seize this opportunity to urge all other NGOs which enjoy the benefits of observer status to consistently submit activity reports to the Commission every 2 years, in line with the provisions of Resolution 572. I thank you for your kind attention. I thank you, Chairperson, and I hand over the floor to you.
Thank you very much. Without much ado, I shall give the floor to the Vice Chairperson who will present the report on cooperation relations with NHRIs.
Institutions in Africa. The African Commission on Human People's Rights recognizes the particular role that NHRIs play in the promotion and protection of human rights. As mandated by Article 45(1) of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, the Commission has formalized its relationship with national human rights institutions through the grant of affiliate status. Resolution 370 on the granting of affiliate status to national human rights institutions and specialized human rights institutions in Africa provides that the benefits of the grant of affiliate status include being invited to the sessions of the Commission and participating with voting rights and deliberations on issues which are of interest to them. Resolution 370 also provides that NHRIs and specialized institutions with affiliate status have the following responsibilities: assisting the Commission in the promotion and protection of human rights at the national level, and presenting the activity report to the Commission every 2 years. Status of the granting affiliate status to national human rights institutions and the specialized institutions in Africa. What is the status? During the 79th ordinary session held in May-June 2024, the Commission granted affiliate status to 2 specialized human rights institutions in Africa in accordance with the resolution on the criteria for granting and maintaining affiliate status and specialized institution for NHRIs and specialized institution, namely the National Mechanism for the Prevention of Torture of Mauritania and the National Gender and Equality Commission of Kenya. Status of the activity reports to the Commission. As I indicated, grant of a status requires the presentation of activity reports. As at the 79th ordinary session held in May-June 2024, 38 national institutions have granted affiliate status with the Commission, 34 national human rights institutions, and 4 specialized institutions. During the intersession period prior to commencement of 79th session, the Commission received 1 activity report from the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We now move on to the institutions, NHRI institutions and specialized institutions that all know activity report. And they are as follows. 1, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice of Ghana, and the report was submitted prior to the 81st ordinary session in 2024. Must be 88, not 88, 2024. Cameroon National Human Rights and Liberties, report submitted prior to the centenary ordinary session. Commission for Human Rights and Good Governance of Tanzania, report submitted prior to the 77th ordinary session in October 2023. The Ethiopian Human Rights Commission, submitted during the 70th ordinary session. National Commission for Human Rights and Citizenship, Cabo Verde, submitted on the 75th ordinary session. And the following do not owe any report because they're not due yet. That is a National Torture Prevention Mechanism of Mauritania, because they were granted status in 2024, and the National Gender and Equality Commission of Kenya, they were granted in 2024. We have a very long list of NHRIs that owe one or more reports. I think it's important that we go through the list so that sometimes if you tend to forget that you are owing a report, so that you get to know who is who. South Sudan Human Rights Commission, Sahrawi National Commission for Human Rights, National Human Rights Commission for Democratic Republic of Congo, National Human Rights Commission of Nigeria, National Human Rights Commission of Mali, National Human Rights Commission of Niger, South African Human Rights Commission, Ugandan Human Rights Commission, Human Rights Commission of Sierra Leone, National Human Rights Commission of Togo, National Human Rights Commission of Chad, National Human Rights Commission of Burkina Faso, Senegalese Human Rights Commission, National Human Rights Commission of Mauritania, Zambia Human Rights Commission, Mauritius National Human Rights Commission, Independent National Commission on Human Rights of Burundi, Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission, the Commission for Gender Equality South Africa, National Council for Human Rights of Cote d'Ivoire, Benin Human Rights Commission, the National Human Rights Commission of the Gambia, the Institute of Human Rights and Peace of Sheikh Anta Diop University, National Commission for Human Rights of Rwanda, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Malawi Human Rights Commission, National Council for Human Rights of Algeria, the National Commission for Human Rights of the Sudan, Independent National Human Rights Commission of Madagascar, the Independent National Human Rights Commission of Liberia, and the National Council for Human Rights of the Arab Republic of Egypt. I think it is important that people submit their reports because that's the reason why you are granted the status. So the Commission would like to encourage NHRIs with affiliate status with overdue activity reports to submit them to the Commission in accordance with the requirements of Resolution 370. Chair, that's the report on the state of relationship with NHRIs. I thank you all.
Je vous remercie vous-même, Madame la Vice-Présidente, comme je remercie Madame l'Honorable
Honorable Commissioner Sassi Safer for the two reports presented on the status of cooperation in line with Article 45 of the Charter between the Commission and some of its partners, especially NGOs and NHRIs. So thank you very much. And this is an item for which most of the time we don't have any discussion or comment. Having said this, we shall now move on to the last item on the agenda, and that relates to the human rights situation in Africa. Vice Chair, can you?
Right of reply.
Thank you, Chair, for affording Lesotho an opportunity to exercise her right of reply with regard to allegations of incidences of torture and killings raised by Human Rights Institute of South Africa and PEN International. We reply as follows. The government of Lesotho condemns all acts of torture or inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment at all costs. The allegations raised by Human Rights Institute of South Africa and PEN International have come to the attention of the government, and the government has taken steps to combat such occurrences, secure accountability against perpetrators, and to give redress to victims and their families. Now, Human Rights Institute of South Africa made mention of Operation Hard Fist. Let me give a bit of background and or context as to how Operation Hard Fist came to be. In Lesotho, there is now a situation where illegal firearms have found their way into the hands of organized gangs who are terrorizing and killing innocent people. This situation forced government to take action to protect its citizens, hence Operation Hard Fist, which was aimed at retrieving the illegal firearms from the gangs. Very unfortunately, there were casualties during the operation. Following reports of casualties, the government immediately sent out 3 cabinet ministers accompanied by the LDF commander to the families of the victims to reassure them that those responsible will be brought to justice. The investigations are now ongoing, and the government has made it clear that it will work tirelessly until those responsible face the full might of the law. To further show its commitment, in September 2004, the government of Lesotho, through the Ministry of Law and Justice, sought support from the Convention Against Torture Initiative and the Commonwealth Secretariat with a view to identify challenges that lead to perpetration of acts of torture by agents of the law enforcement agencies, and to find ways to put a stop to acts of torture. Now, one of the ways identified by the mission was to strengthen the internal laws in the prohibition of torture, as well as building capacity of the security agencies to comply with international and national standards on the prohibition of torture, inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment. The mission held meetings with relevant parliamentary portfolios to discuss, among others, need to the speedy enactment of anti-torture legislation. With regard to allegations of killing of a journalist raised by PEN International, the case was brought to the attention of the police for investigation, and investigations revealed that although the deceased was a journalist, the killing was not related to his work as such, but a private matter. This case is now before the High Court and is set for trial on the 18th to 28th November 2024. The killing of the civilian population is indeed a great concern to the government of Lesotho. The government has even strengthened the judiciary by appointment of more judges and by decentralizing the services of the High Court in order to increase access to justice. In closing, I wish to reiterate the point that the government of Lesotho does not tolerate any acts of torture or inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. The government remains committed to taking all necessary measures to prevent such acts of torture, secure accountability, and to secure accountability against its perpetrators. I thank you all.
Thank you very much. We take note of your right to reply in terms of the issues that were raised. We now move to the NGO, Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Executive Secretariat Commissioners, Heads of State and Government here present, civil society representatives, religious and traditional leadership, ladies and gentlemen. The Zimbabwe Human Rights NGO Forum welcomes this opportunity to apprise you of the prevailing human rights situation in Africa, with a particular focus on the human rights situation in Zimbabwe. Firstly, regarding civil and political rights, since this Commission's last session in May this year, the Forum has, through its member organizations, the Zimbabwe Human Rights Association, ZimRights, and the Zimbabwe Peace Project, documented a total of 520 human rights violations. This figure represents the incidents that we were able to verify. These statistics illustrate the need for the government of Zimbabwe to meet its obligations to respect, protect, and promote human rights and strengthen national institutions that are mandated with the promotion and protection of human rights. Our key concerns as the Forum are the following. The Private Voluntary Organizations Amendment Bill. We are concerned about ongoing efforts to pass the PVO Amendment Bill and its passage, as it will adversely affect the work of non-governmental organizations in Zimbabwe. This bill, Honorable Chair, has now sailed through the Senate and now awaits presidential assent. If enacted, it will further shrink the remaining civic space in Zimbabwe. According to the government of Zimbabwe, this bill is necessary to comply with the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, Recommendation 8 to counter money laundering and terrorism financing. The bill does not mention that Zimbabwe was removed from the FATF grey list in March 2022. The bill does not factor in changes that were made to the FATF recommendation number 8 to mitigate against unintended consequences of applying this recommendation, which include overregulation of the NGO sector. Interpretive guidelines contained in the best practices paper, adopted as recently as November 2023, make it clear that identifying all non-profit organizations as high risk without risk differentiation is not consistent with FATF recommendations and requirements. This bill, Honorable Chair, does not factor in these best practices guidelines and instead goes on to use a blanket approach by identifying the NPO sector as being at risk and requiring for mandatory registration of all NPOs in Zimbabwe, including those that are trusts. This is in direct violation of the right to freedom of association in Article 10 of the African Charter. Non-governmental organizations in Zimbabwe are not refusing to be regulated. We would simply like to have a conducive regulatory framework that acknowledges the role that NGOs play as a genuine partner in complementing government's leadership along a variety of developmental national priorities as stipulated in our national development strategies and plans. Honorable Chair, the situation of human rights defenders in Zimbabwe needs to be addressed. On the 16th of June 2024, 78 opposition political party activists were arrested. They had convened to take part in an event commemorating the International Day of the African Child, which is celebrated every year on June 16. They face charges related to participating in a gathering with the intent to promote public violence or bigotry and disorderly conduct. Among those arrested, Honorable Chair, was a schoolgirl Nicole Chabata, who was also detained on June 16. Chabata, one of the 78 Avondale arrested, was arrested for allegedly conspiring to disrupt the SADC summit. This is concerning conduct on the part of our police service and justice system by unfairly detaining a school-going child, thereby depriving her of a number of her rights, including her right to education. We encourage the government of Zimbabwe to meet its obligations on the right to education. On the 31st of July 2024, 3 human rights defenders, including Namatai Kwekweza, founder and leader of We Lead Trust, were forcibly removed from an aircraft at the Robert Mugabe International Airport. They were then held incommunicado for several hours before their legal practitioners from the Zimbabwe Lawyers for Human Rights eventually located them. One of the victims, Robson Chere, sustained injuries pointing to evidence of torture.
You've exceeded your 5 minutes, please round up.
Allegedly through being beaten with planks and an iron rod. Honorable Chair, these arbitrary arrests, denial of bail, and use of torture whilst arresting these activists all violate Articles 5, 6, 7, 10, and 12 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Between June 16 and August 16, 2024, the government of Zimbabwe arrested 160...
to round up, can you get to your conclusion? Then you can share your statement.
Okay, sure.
Unfortunately, I'm the country rapporteur for Zimbabwe, so we can engage. Yeah, but you have to round up.
Sure.
You only have 5 minutes, and now we've gone up to about 8 minutes.
Okay.
Please, just last sentence, and you conclude.
Okay. We have a few recommendations, Honorable Chair, that we had made for you to engage with the government of Zimbabwe. First and foremost, in consultation with the government of Zimbabwe, to look at submitting terms of reference.
We now move on to the next NGO, because I've been giving you a hint for a very long time.
Okay.
We move on to the next NGO, but rest and be assured, you've submitted your paper, your statement?
Yes, we
Very well,
submitted.
we'll engage with the statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice
Thank
Chair.
you, yeah. Thank you. Yeah. To the next NGO, Haki Africa. Haki Africa. Observer status 519. No? Afia Nahaki. Afia Nahaki, observer status 554. Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition. Tanzania Human Rights Defenders Coalition, observer status 470. Association Mawelif de Angola, observer status 380.
Sim, Sr. Comissário.
Oh, ok.
Obrigado, Sua Excelência, Sr. Presidente da Comissão Africana dos Direitos Humanos. Permita-me inicialmente agradecer a Vossa Excelência por termos dado essa oportunidade e, em nome do Grupo de Trabalho de Monitoria dos Direitos Humanos, tecermos aqui as nossas preocupações relativamente aos direitos e liberdades fundamentais dos cidadãos.
Our working group understands that the commitment adopted by the African states to ensure everyone the right without distinction of public opinion and any other opinion seems to have challenges in the application, and this reality makes us to think that this continental space is fragilized, and there is with the acceptance of African Union. We are also concerned about the lack of implementation of the 10th article together with 13th article of the African Charter that indicates that all citizens have the right to participate in the direction of the issues of their country through representatives that are freely chosen. Most parts of our states do not follow these articles based on ensuring national security. Mr. Chair, it seems that African governments only remember these rights and not the right of education, health, land, access to services, resources, and inclusive governance. And there is a tendency of confusing our states and our safety measures of corrupt governments. Governments forget that the lack of education, hunger, social exclusion, together with the high level of living costs, are one of the main elements that leads to internal instability, and our government should be ashamed of creating more poverty and killing of people due to lack of food. Your Excellencies, to ensure the protection of human rights, it should be done by three organs of sovereignty. We are talking about the legislature, executive, and judicial. And it's a concern to us when we see that these three main organs responsible to ensure human rights are aligned to violate the articles that I've mentioned. In a state of democracy, we say that it's possible that the government might fail, but when the legislature and judicial align themselves to contribute for this violation, we have to mention that we are in a weakened state. Chair, concerns. It's a concern to us that the legislature are part of violation of these rights. Why do we say so? Because they allow approving laws that prevent people to exercise their rights. And those that the legislators that should be defending human rights are betraying those who elected them. As an example, in my country, the National Assembly has approved a rule that typifies criticism as a public crime, and because of that, many activists were sent to court, and we have currently 4 young people condemned to 2 years due to this crime. On the other hand, Your Excellency, the Assembly has approved the crime of vandalism of public services, which is a good initiative. However, this extrapolates the objective by including norms that limit the right to manifestation. And unfortunately, due to pressure, the Bar Association followed and filed a case against this law. Your Excellencies, the governments that control everything use the parliament where they have the majority to approve repressive laws in all sectors, but due to time constraints, I will move to our recommendations. Having said that, it is important that the Commission on Human and People Rights adopts a specific resolution that prohibits parliamentarians to allow and approve repressive laws, since they are the guardians of democracy. And we also recommend that this commission can ask the government to free those four young people. Thank you.
That brings us to the list, end of the list of those who registered for today. The three NGOs were not present, so I'll hand over back to the chair to wrap up for today.
Merci. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Vice-Présidente, d'avoir présenté ce rapport que vous avez fait, mais aussi d'avoir bouclé avec succès ce point 3 sur Human Rights Situation in Africa. Nous arrivons à la fin de cette journée avec 1 heure d'avance et de bonus, parce que je pense que nous avons tous très bien travaillé. Nous méritons ainsi 1 heure de bonus. La session d'aujourd'hui est terminée. Nous reprendrons demain à 9 heures. Bonne soirée.